And we are now audible and visible to the outside world.
Oh, look at me.
Wow.
Heyo.
They've been looking at you for the past 2 hours. You're fine.
True, you're right.
Hey, where's the freaking
Freaking,
gabagoo?
gabagoo.
Gabagoo.
You motherfucker. All right.
You motherfucker.
All right. Sweet.
Aight.
Welcome
Out of
back,
spray.
everyone. Once again, if you're watching this on YouTube, hello. For the people in YouTube, why aren't you on our Twitch channel yet? And for the people listening in on the podcast, welcome to this Audible campaign, OneShot. We're back with some additional, with additional lovely face. Ducky will be joining us for this OneShot. As if you weren't around for the podcast earlier today, our Dungeon Master for today was our first one of two special guests, Lance, also known as Dice_Knight, and returning again was a guest this morning, Scorchy, streamer and musical composer.
Out of there.
We are Arcane Recovery. Welcome to the show. So to take it away, we're gonna transfer over to our Dungeon Master, Lance. What the hell are we playing today?
Hello.
Hey everybody. This as the title of it may suggest is the murder mystery of Gravesprings, in old western mana mining ore town. There hath been a murder, and it's their job to figure it out.
There hath been.
There hath been a murder.
Always cleaning up other people's messes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Nice
who it is.
But yeah, if we want to do character introductions, I think that we should do that after the little the scene introduction, and then slowly introduce your characters that way. So
Sounds good.
Great. All right. Without further ado, let us do further. Just take us away.
all right. The sky is a dark midnight blue, scattered with shimmering silver stars spread across the horizon, with a large, yellow full moon peering down on you. You can hear the rhythmic churning of the mechanics and feel the constant shaking of the train car you ride in. The air around you feels heavy, with the weight of a job you know is lying, waiting for you. Each of you has been called in by your agency to settle a rather upsetting incident that has occurred in the small mana ore mining town known as Gravesprings. Sheriff Michael Haynes called into your agency asking for a group of investigators to make their way into town to have you help solve the murder of one Elizabeth Taylor. According to Haynes, she was found by a miner in the middle of the night, slain violently on her doorstep. And it's your job to find out who's killed her before the rest of the town starts to wake up and starts to ask questions. Because if you're not able to do so, this murder just may be the breaking point in the last semblance of peace found within this dying town. All right, first up, you guys are sitting in a train car currently. Do any of your characters know each other?
I don't
No,
know.
probably not.
I don't know anyone.
All right.
here.
You got on this train car about an hour and a half ago or so, and you know that your destination is arriving soon. You know that the body was found at around 11 p.m. and around that same time the sheriff sent a telegram your way to the town where your agency was in. After getting that, it took about an hour and a half to get all of you together and get onto this train, and you've ridden now another hour and a half roughly, making it about 2 a.m. in the morning. You know that sunrise is at 7 a.m. and you've got roughly 5 hours on the job to get this done. Sitting around you are your partners for this job. Would you guys go ahead and describe yourself one by one? We'll start top left with Dan.
Oh, top left of video.
Work
Okay.
our way over.
All right.
Yeah, I looked at the video for it.
All right.
So my character is sitting with his hat over his eyes a little bit. He cracks open a nice alcoholic beverage, and he's sipping on it. He seems to be a little bit disheveled. Has like a long brown coat, green shirt, wearing kind of like tattered gloves. He has like a scarf. You see, he has like long brown hair, big brown scruffy beard. And you see the little pointed ears kind of coming under the brim of his hat. He's wearing these big, heavy brown boots, and you see sitting beside him, he has his trusted crossbow, and he's just kind of sitting there, just waiting, kind of just wanting to get this started and get it over with.
All right. And Ducky, go ahead and introduce your character.
All right. You would see a young man dressed entirely in dark riding leathers. He seems to be wearing a pair of riding boots as well. With a book open in front of him, his fingers and palms stained with ink, as he's meticulously writing in his journal, and once in a while allows his pseudo-dragon to read and let it point at pages, and he'll make edits based on that. And he's just very quietly sitting off in the corner away from everyone else.
All right. Scorchy, why don't you introduce your character?
You've probably seen my character before, some of you, but my character is
Oh,
to say
we lost somebody.
No,
We're
We
good.
lost Daniel.
it was.
I have
yeah.
to fix all of the webcams again. Who left? Tell them to come back.
Hodge.
It was Daniel.
it was Dan Hodge.
I am so upset. I am very upset. Thank you.
Oh. Xander fixed it.
Thanks,
Thank you, Xander.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Xander.
Xander.
Xander, do not leave.
Xander,
Thank
please
you.
don't go.
All right, I'm gonna fix that.
Next time we
So,
got to start banning people from coming into this thing while I'm doing the setup.
Yeah. Anyway,
All right.
So,
Anywho.
you'll see a man in his. He'll have a black dress shirt on and then a brown vest over it and some darker brown pants, but the pants are rolled up into a cuff so that he can fit his feet. His feet are these 3-toed clawed feet with scales that run across the front of it. He has scales running all over. He's this green snake humanoid creature with the cobra roofing for the whatever that's called. And he
face.
has what?
On the face.
Yeah, he has the cobra thing. And then he has on one hip his 6-shooter, on the other hip a dagger, and on his back his scimitar. And he's sitting on his vest, you see a badge, and he's sitting there just smoking a cigar, and occasionally he'll pull out his knife and toss it in the air just to keep himself busy.
All right. Eggy, why don't you introduce your character?
All right. Before you see a man in these sort of tattered, like really old, beaten up doctor's like uniform. It looks very ragged and like messy. It's stained with long, like weeks and weeks worth of like blood and other like liquids. You see him. He's wearing a hat to kind of cover up, cast a shadow over like the top half of his face. But on his face, you see a very, very haggard, old, wrinkly man. He's got crow's feet. He's got laugh lines, like layers and layers of it, wrinkles on his forehead. He has 2 beady little eyes as he kind of like glares around and looks at everybody. He has a crooked, like hook nose, quite a large nose, and he just seems to have this sort of like untrusting like frown on his face. Underneath his tattered rags, you can see that he has pretty fine clothing on, actually. Yeah.
All right. Then, last but not least, Ryan, why don't you introduce your character?
You see, what might poke out is his stark white, snow white hair, shaved sides, slicked back, white eyes with no irises, pale lavender changeling skin. Wearing a long, similar to that of a trench coat style, but it's he's wearing mostly noble's clothes. Several books are strewn about the seat on the train car next to him because he's sitting by himself, keeping everything clean. If he's not picking things up with his mage hand only, if he picks things up with his bare hands, he prestidigitates it first. He has small, round, framed reading glasses on the bridge of his nose with stacks of what looks like medical papers. A black walking cane is tucked between his thighs, or a walking stick of like a cane of some sort. And you see like a tarnished and worn brass pommel handle that has greened with age. That is about. He has kept to himself during the entire train ride, and the only voices or noises that'll come from him are ums and ahs and interesting every so often while he reads.
Indubitably.
All right. As you guys can tell that the train is about to arrive at its next destination, do any of you strike up any sort of conversation, or do you wait until the train stops?
Definitely not.
All right.
Egon is self-absorbed in his work.
I think I'm more so like just staring over at this snake creature, just kind of like looking and then like looking away and like looking down but just keep looking up and like hoping that he'll say something to me so I can go otherwise silent.
Oh, I'm muted. So at
Go
this very moment, I'm probably not going to be engaging in any conversation. Tobias is very much going through his like doctor's bag that he has with him. Kind of like making sure his tools are up to spec, none of them broken, making sure that they're sterilized and clean. It makes everything very neat and orderly.
Occasionally, you'll see my character at some point he'll pull out a notepad and we'll glance at one person and then write something down and do that for each.
All
What are
right.
you writing?
He sits.
What are
Who
you
said
writing
that?
there? What are you writing?
Well, just taking tabs of my compatriots here.
All right, well, it's not really I should be taking notes about. You should really be saving those pieces of paper for, valuable information.
Oh, I do think this is valuable information.
All right.
Take a puff of his cigar and blow it, not quite at your face, but near it.
You see, he just breathes it in. It
Tell me.
doesn't faze him at all.
What's your name?
Why do you need to know that?
Well, seeing we're going to be working together, figured we might need to know.
My name's Milo. What's your name, I guess, seeing as we're getting into formalities here?
James Whitlow. But they call me around my town Rattlesnake James. I'm the deputy.
So you're somewhat of a character, are you? This Rattlesnake James is like an alter ego. You're some sort of superhero.
I wouldn't say superhero.
Well, I'm known as Milo. My friends call me Milo, and those close to me call me a fucking nuisance.
A man of simplicity.
We'll see about
I
that,
say.
won't we?
Hey, what are you saying over there? Don't fucking mutter under your breath. If you're going to say something, say it out loud, please.
I just called you an interesting person, an individual, I suppose, of simple pleasures.
When Dan's
Oh.
character says that, Egon looks up from his work and looks around the train car, and when he realizes that he's not being talked to, goes back to work.
Well, look, I hope you're not too afraid to get your hands dirty out there. You know, not everything's going to be spick and span.
I see to it that all of my work is meticulous and well thought out. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Malachi Silvershire, a licensed psychiatrist, at your service.
At the mention
Well-
of another doctor, will prick up, and he'll like look. What was your character's name?
Malachi.
Oh, Malachi Silvershear.
Mm-hmm.
He'll look him up and down with like a disapproving look, just like a really big frown on his face and like these like beady, like black little eyes like glaring at you.
Are you
So you say that you're a doctor?
indeed licensed for
Interesting.
12 years? Are you seeming a bit distressed, surgeon?
No. It's just how I look.
And your
Where
name?
did you study your medicine?
The High University of Allure.
High University of Allura.
Indeed.
Bunch of snobs. No real medicine is taught there.
It is the most prestigious school on the western island of Silver Holland.
If you're a fool.
We all
And-
might be fools.
And as that conversation starts to to dull out, the train starts to slow, and you can feel as the brakes start to screech and that awful metal on metal sound as the train comes to a halt, and you can see as the doors open.
Well, I guess it's our
I-
stop, please.
I assume you all exit.
Yes.
That's right.
Egon is making his way straight for the front of the train to peer into the fuel reserves. He would like to know how much fuel the train used.
Well, I didn't expect that, but the train has used the correct amount of fuel for
Yes.
the correct journey. It seems as though it is running on its normal schedule quite well.
Yes. He he seems to be generally curious about the workings of most mechanical things.
Well, if you had been paying attention to the train schedules and the train things, you would know that this train has not run late on its stops in a very, very long amount of years. So
Okay.
it's been working rather efficiently for a long time and will continue doing so for a long time more.
All right.
All right. As you exit the train, you step out onto the walkway with the wood softly giving way underneath your feet as it creaks as you step off. And you can see a tall man standing, leaning up against one of the pillars supporting up the roof. He stands there and looks you all up and down. He looks middle-aged, gruff, and worn out. The bases of his hair is starting to turn gray and thin out. He's wearing a large 10-gallon hat and a worn gray duster with a silver sheriff star on it. And he looks absolutely and utterly exhausted. And he turns to the group and goes, "Well, I suppose you all are the investigators here to solve the mystery of Gravesprings, I guess."
The moment immediately James walks up. How tall is he exactly?
He's round 6 foot.
All right, so he's only an inch taller. So I'll walk up to him and I'll put out my hand and I'll say, Deputy James Whitlow. I'm here from down the river.
Well, Deputy, I am Sheriff Michael Haynes, and he'll clasp your hand and shake it and nod to the rest of the group and say, I'm the one that had to call in the murder. I'm glad you all could make it in such short notice. Things are going to go real bad.
Yes. Where is the body?
All right, straight to work. I like how you are. Right this way, gentlemen, and
Can
he'll
I-
start to walk towards town. Say, we can walk and talk.
Can I make an insight check on him? I want to see exactly. He seems kind of off about something.
All right, roll it.
That'll be a 19.
A 19. Yeah, you can tell that he is a bit shaken currently. You get the sense that he's a small town guy, not really anticipating like a murder in this small mining town, and is on edge.
Now, sir, I can tell you're a bit shaken up about this. Do murders happen very often, or any sort of crime here in Gravesprings?
No, sir. My job is mostly a formality. I don't normally have to deal with any sort of thing like this. Sometimes family squabbles, domestic issues, but that's about it. Normally, I'm just breaking up fistfights occasionally at the bar. Never.
Now I understand why you called us down.
This is not in my job description, sir.
Well, and he pats him on the back.
He gives you a
For here.
thankful nod. You guys, if you look on the map, you're making your way north. You're making your way east into town on the main road from the railroad station. It's a little bit of a walk, about 5 minutes total, and then he branches off at the fork, taking you northward towards what appears to be one half of a residential district. You make your way up to a 4-way type street. Most of these are just dirt paths that seem to be trod on by many feet over the years and years of travel. You make your way to the 4-way and keep headed across and up north, where you make your way. Mhm.
Do we ever pass by the church?
No, not quite.
Okay.
You walk through this small neighborhood. Yeah, that's the route you're taking. Making your way up into it, and as you you reach this house right here, which, now that I have said it, we'll go to the overlay. You approach this house, and it seems like there's a bit of yellow tape put up around the outside, giving it a wide berth, and very, very like shoddily put up. It looks like whoever did this was not very awake nor super like knowing what they were doing. And you can see as a body of a young woman is stooped over, crumpled in a pile on the front steps.
Immediately, Tobias is going to get to work. He's going to put his doctor's bag down near her. He's going to open it up, and he's going to get his instruments.
Well, this is the location where Miss Elizabeth Taylor unfortunately died.
Oh, yes, very good. Thank
Lance,
you for bringing me here.
just to let you
Yes.
know, as this character is an oddball, I'm going to be asking you some
100%.
strange questions.
Oh no, I look forward to it.
Well, getting to the house, he'll stop at the tape line and feel the material.
Okay. It's a light linen cloth, not like plasticky as we would know in our modern era, but more just long strips of linen.
Okay.
How long has she been dead for?
Well, as you look at the house, let me describe the scene of it just looking at it from a distance. It's a rather small house. Looks like it's got 1 or 2 rooms total in it. There's a few windows on the outside. It's got one part of it, it's like a square and it comes forward by a few feet. And when you go back a little bit, there's a rectangle. So it's a small L. The door is in the center where it comes forward some. And there's a small stoop. Not enough to be like a porch for a rocking chair or anything like that. But if you picture like almost towns in Greenwich Village in New York City where there's a couple of steps and then a platform and then the door opens. Elizabeth is dead right at the top of it, where the steps come up. You can tell that there's a small like puddle of mud there at the base of the steps where a couple of footprints are that you can see that are noticeable on immediate glancing. Okay. Now go ahead and question me.
Yeah, I want to turn to the guy that greeted us. I want to say like,
So, how long has she been dead for?
I don't know, man.
When was she discovered and by whom?
Melanie Poole discovered her body. Melanie was, from what she told me, she's waiting in the sheriff's office if you want to talk with her later. She was on her way home. She was drinking in the bar. Our local tavern, you could say, the Moon Dust Saloon. And she closed it and was on her way home when she came to a bit of a fright. She lives the next house down with her husband, Jonathan.
he's gonna write that down in his little doctor's journal.
From the
Alright.
corner of the room, Egon will chuckle and say, "Heh, melon."
I'm gonna turn to the guy real quick before I like touch the body at all. I just like have my instruments laid out. I'm gonna tell him
I'm going to have to conduct an autopsy on the body to determine any further clues. Is this all right with you?
You're gonna have to get permission from her family before you do any sort of
Very
cutting
well.
into her or anything like that. But
Does her family live here?
and they gesture to the house.
Sir,
no, Elizabeth lived by herself. She's got family in town. Her mother and father, her brother and his fiance too.
Very well.
But you can take a cursory look. Do whatever it is that you need. I just can't let you cut into her body without permission first.
That is understandable. That is why I asked permission first, of course. Where can I find her family?
Well, Jonathan lives over in the northeastern housing section of town, and her mother and father live a few blocks over down west and south of here.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna start heading off towards the direction of his mother's house or the mother's home.
Just looking at the body, is there like an entry wound or something?
So really quick, before you walk away, sheriff will
that's
stop
right.
you.
I would like to investigate the body in the area, actually.
Yeah.
Like,
That's my bad.
All right, cool.
Oh, I was
So,
gonna do that while you walked away.
go ahead and
Shut up.
just roll me a general perception.
Perception? Okay.
Yep. Everybody, go ahead and roll me general perceptions. Tell me what you get.
is it
Okay,
okay if
one
I
second.
use investigation?
Start with perception, and then we'll go into investigation on more specifics and stuff like that.
Understood.
I've gotten a 17
yeah.
surprisingly, because that's one of my worst skills.
24.
I rolled a 19, but it didn't sync up because I didn't have my Beyond 20 on, so I'll give you a second.
Okay.
Perception.
You can,
so
you
new
can stick
roll,
with that 19. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll just take the 17. It's fine.
All right.
24. Let's go.
24. So anybody roll anything under a 15?
I did.
Milo and
You
Scorchy.
did? What'd you got a
4.
I got a 13.
13 and a 4. Got it. Yeah, so other than our 13 and our 4, like I said, you guys can see that there's some footprints that are here in this mud. You can see that there is a key left in the door. It looks like it was just unlocked. The door is kind of left slightly ajar, not by much, but a little bit. You can see that Elizabeth is in what you would assume is her work uniform. It appears to be a maid's attire, and you can see as there's large black bruises around her neck and on her wrist. I gotta double check my notes on which wrist exactly. But for the
Hey, Dave, what's
four,
up?
for the 4,
Just
Dan,
think of
Milo,
We'll take anything.
So we're muted him, don't worry.
Milo, good
Okay,
work.
grab whatever.
Milo is too busy. You're just staring at the dead body. You can see the bruises, but you don't notice the little details.
I'm probably more so focused on the sheriff guy who's
All
like,
right,
oh,
yeah.
the two sheriffs. So I'm kind of waiting for the right moment to kind of grab him and try and like get a few questions off because like he's kind of a bit swarmed right now. So I'm being respectful and waiting for my opportunity to kind of swoop in and try and like get as much information before I dart off and do my own
All
thing.
right.
Yeah, before I dart
Yeah.
off as well. So I look over the wounds more closely as well.
All right.
Am I
You
able to
can-
determine how fresh they are? What was the
So-
exact cause?
Roll me a medicine check and an
Gladly.
investigation. Roll me medicine and investigation.
I am interested.
Okay,
in
well,
these
medicine is a 7.
Nice.
I
one,
am
that
actually
one.
going to let you roll with advantage because you are a doctor. So
Okay, thank you. That's a 14.
okay.
And 11.
So with an 11, you can tell as you get a little bit closer, you see these small like spots of dark black on her skin. That they're not bruises. And with that medicine check, you can tell that this is small patches of necrosis taking place on the top of her skin layer, and it seems to have gone a bit deeper. The bruises around her neck, they look like a strangulation, and around her wrist it looks like somebody restrained her by using that.
And tell how recent it looks.
Recent, it's hard to judge necrosis because it seems like necrosis like this should not have happened this quickly. Like this should have been something that took a long time. This is not natural. And the bruises, they look a few hours old. It's not super easy to tell. They've when a bruise forms, once it's formed, you can't tell how long it's been there, but you know that it's been a few hours.
Okay.
If you
So
want
the
to try
body
and
probably-
assess when she died exactly,
Yeah.
you'd have to give me another medicine roll. This one is just going to be a flat roll.
14.
14. Okay. Well, you know for a fact that she died before 3 hours ago.
Or
And
3 hours ago.
before 3 hours ago, but not much longer than that. You can tell that Melanie found her around 11 p.m., as stated previously, and you don't think that she was dead much longer before that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I look into the body as much as I need. To get any further, I will go seek out the mother. But I'll wait for everybody else.
I'm in the process of taing my boots off.
Thank you, because during
Okay.
which I'd like to
along with my
get a-
socks, and then I will go out to the front of the house where the mud is, and I would like to look at all of the footprints. Everything
Yeah, I was just about
that's
to give you a
going
help
in
on
or
that.
coming out. Mostly
Actually,
the footprints that are going out and away from the house.
I just realized I was muted. Fuck me.
Um,
I was gonna investigate the footprints, but I'll give you a hand with that.
yeah,
okay?
I will
Yeah.
investigate the footprints.
Ryan, you're also going to investigate the footprints alongside him?
Yes.
Yeah, so you will have advantage on your roll because he is helping you.
Depending on what your
Investigate.
investigation is, you can either help me or I can help you.
Yeah,
Which one of
either
us
way.
is better? What's the question? That's the question.
I got a +5 to
Well-
investigation.
All right, I have
Well,
+6.
I'll
Yeah,
give you-
and
I'll give you
also
help.
to avoid any sort of
Got
metagaminess
you.
because your character would have walked up forward
Got you.
first.
Okay.
It would
Yeah.
have been you. Anyways.
Can I give him not only the help action, but can I give him some words of thorough encouragement? I'm gonna give him
Sure.
bardic inspiration.
All right.
What?
Bardic
Go ahead
inspiration.
and roll me your
Curious.
investigation at advantage.
All right. That's a 17.
17. All right, yeah. You can tell that there are two distinct sets of footprints. It looks like two people have trod here. One matches up with Elizabeth's shoe on the bottom of her foot quite well, and appears to only have walked up and towards the house. The other set appears to be a size 10 men's
Oop, I
cowboy
didn't
print
mean to write
shoe
that.
with a zigzag on the bottom for traction. These shoe prints walked up to the door and then you assume turned around and walked out because there is footprints headed towards the steps and away from the steps.
So would I notice the sheriff's footprints as well? And probably whoever set up
Yeah, go ahead and
the
roll
stuff
me
around the house.
Investigation check if you're going to look for the sheriff's boot prints. Um
Because
you-
what I'm trying to get at is there should be a second set of his own going away, correct?
say that again.
I'm trying to see if he has been here before us.
The sheriff.
Yes.
Yeah, roll me an investigation to take a look-see at the sheriff's footprints. See if they match up.
That's a 19 if Orion is helping me again.
You still have a D8 as well.
Right, but
Obviously,
It might
it's
be
not
I'm
that
helping,
it's not that high of a
I'm helping
as long
throughout
as
the
it's
entire
above a 5
process.
you'd be
So
able to.
right, so
Yeah,
it's an 8
you
otherwise.
you look and it's super dusty right now, so you're not able to get a good look at what the footprints of the sheriff are, but you can like walk up and like pick up his boot and the way that your character is, don't let me make your character decisions for you, but it doesn't seem like this would be something that you would be
Yeah, it's not
opposed to doing.
something that I thought of, but yes.
Yeah,
He would
yeah.
probably do
yeah.
that.
Boot.
Yeah, you skitter on over and you pick his boot up and you turn it upside down, and it's a cowboy print boot. It looks a little bit bigger than a size 10, and it's got a different pattern than the zigzag.
I'm going to ask him if I can borrow it.
I'm sorry. Why do you need my shoe?
Don't worry. Don't question the process. Only
He looks rather
only the
uncomfortable. Like,
May I may roll a persuasion to have him take off his boot.
oh no, he's going to. he takes his boot off very slowly and places his foot down on the ground. You can see that he's wearing socks and it's got one big hole right where his big toe is, and he's looking at all of you very concerned, and especially at Ducky's character.
I make a waving motion, like, come on, both of them.
He will then take off his other boot and hand it to you. This sock
Alright.
doesn't have a hole in it.
I will place his boots on the ground, step into them, and walk outside. I'm walking back and forth, getting a feel for his boots. This is not just a random thing that he is doing.
All right.
As this is
Interesting.
happening, I'm kind of like, I kind of go to him. I go, look, he's the only one I didn't really get any kind of beat on. You've got Snaky Cowboy, you've got Mr. No Germs, you got Dr. Creepy. I don't know about him. He kind of sat to himself the entire journey. My name's
Who's Dr.
Marla.
Creepy?
You. And so I say, do you mind if I just like get a few bits of vital information just very quickly from you?
Yeah. Ask me anything. I'll I swear, on God, I'll answer honestly.
James will,
Insight. Can I do an insight check to see?
Yeah, 100% insight.
I just stare him down with my fucking gray swirly eyes, and I'm like, "Now you promise to tell the truth."
I swear to you, I promise to
James
tell the
will,
truth.
That's a 15.
Yeah, he's telling the truth.
When he says, "I promise on God," I'm going to shout from outside, "Which one?"
he I forgot to change the name of this. Is that the oh shit, I cannot change that. It says Church of the Old One on the map here, and I meant to just change it to the church. There's no specific name there. Forget that is written.
It's a church.
Yes, it is a
him.
church.
He just looks at you and says, him. God, him.
Okay, like which one? There's a couple. There's a couple hymns as well.
I believe this is beside the point.
You'd think that.
Look, whatever.
I'll give him his boots back, by the way. They're now up to the ankle, covered in mud.
All right. He takes his shoes back and puts them back on and turns to you and goes, If you wanna prophesize to me, I'm sorry. I go to church every day that I'm required to, on nondescript day of the week, because Lance doesn't want to make it on a Sunday and do Christian Christian normativity.
I understand.
We require more information.
On a nondescript day of the week that we all choose to meet on.
Well, look,
Not on this subject. There's too little information here to point fingers at anyone. I am going to request permission
Dr. Creek,
from the family.
If you just let me do my thing, you got to examine your body.
He just looks at you with his like beady, piercing gaze.
And I stare at you right back with my grayed over eyes.
What is it?
I'm going to get these piece of information, and then we can go diddly off to fucking find mommy and daddy, all right? Me and you. Little date, all right? Just let me get my information I need to get.
I do not want your company. You're not a doctor.
You're going to get it.
Here to come with me.
So you see, he kind of takes out like this dirty, like tattered, like notepad from his pocket and like a pen that he's not sure if it works. And he goes, "So, Elizabeth, what was her occupation?"
Elizabeth, she worked as a maid, the only one currently employed, I believe, at the governor's mansion. She worked, I think she worked specifically for the governor's wife, Jane, but I can't be too sure about that. All I know is that she worked there.
All right.
That would be the first group of people we could question.
Exactly. See, if I hadn't got this information, we would have been going off to see Mr. and Mrs. Deadwoman rather than actually finding out where we should actually need to go first. But anyway, was there anywhere else or anybody that she was super close with? Would you know anything about that?
I believe she was close with her brother and his fiance, Angus and Teresa. They're good folks. They're gonna be married soon. They just moved in together.
Oh, that's lovely.
This is. He looks sick to his stomach after.
It is fine.
Saying that.
I am not going to protrude much more at this time. I am not going to get as physical as fellow medical professional here. I would just like to give a proper pat down, if you would, of Miss Elizabeth, if that is okay.
Yeah. Whatever y'all need to do. The door to the house was ajar when I came here, and
It was a jar.
taped it
A
off.
transmutation wizard did it.
Like,
I have not touched anything. I walked. I can't even
Please.
really look at it.
Grab
Exactly
your
what
breath.
Do be very careful approaching the body.
exactly
There
I
are signs of
understand.
necrosis.
Very
exactly
well.
what time did you arrive at the house now?
I didn't have my watch on me at the time, but Miss Melanie, she came into the sheriff's office all torn up. All torn up. She came in just a few minutes past 11. And
Very
I
well.
came as soon as I could in order to rope things off and make sure she wasn't fibbing.
And you were sure that there was no one else who has entered the house since?
I have been keeping an eye on it since then, yeah.
Other than
Can
when
we-
you came and got
go
us.
inside?
Other than to come and get you, yeah. I left for
Mm.
about 5 minutes. Train arrives on time here, so I was only gone for a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I believe
understand.
everybody here in town is currently asleep too, which is good.
Good. This
Um,
will only take a moment, and I summon my mage hand and I approach the body.
right.
I
as
would
you're
like
doing
to.
it, I just. Wait, can I do two things real quick?
suppose
As
so.
you're doing, I say I have two more. I have just two questions. Were you very friendly with Elizabeth? What's your relationship with her? Like, do you know her very well?
I don't know Miss Elizabeth very well. I saw her grow up, her and her brother. Not closely. The you gotta understand here, Mr. Milo, I believe it was.
Yeah.
This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody is up in everybody's business, and I. So I knew her like I know most of the rest of the town as
Alright,
as one of the town people.
And my second question is it all right if myself and Mr. Snake in the Boots go inside?
Yeah, of course.
And I'll start heading in towards the house.
Please do not
think
tread
that
in the
in
mud.
shot
Walk
of
your
the
way
chief.
around. Please.
Before I go find the family, I'm wondering, can I cast Speak with Dead?
I
with
have
the
that spell
corpse?
prepared as well. I was gonna pull it out as a trump card later, but let me give the pat down first before you do that, okay? Because I already said I wanted to give the pat
Okay.
down for 20 minutes, so I'd appreciate it.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Pat down the body.
I summon my mage hand as an extra hand, and I would like to investigate every pocket, every line of clothing, any personal belongings at all, and also the key and door handle to her door.
Yeah. She doesn't have many things on her at the current moment, just a small silver key uh
In the door. Oh.
there's a small golden key that's in the door, but she's got a small silver key on her. That's about it. She looked like she was headed home.
I will take the small silver key. Might belong to her place of work, or whatever she might use this for. So it might help
Maybe
with
for something inside
following
the house.
her trace, whatever she would use that key for, will use that key for, and follow her footsteps in a day-to-day routine.
Do I see?
Nice.
Do I see him grab the key?
I will announce it as well.
Okay. That works.
The only possession that she has of any value at this point would be a key that belongs to her, if it is related to her work or certain personal belonging to her house, then it may or may not lead to anything.
I'm heading inside right now. It could be something, maybe like a little box or like a little safe. I mean, I'm gonna have a quick look around, but I think there's kind of three people we need to talk to. We need to talk to the person who found the body, talk to a
Yes.
family, and talk to the governors. Those are our three main places that we need to go. So whether we want to go there together.
I would ask that, if at all possible, if you can solve this, who killed her before talking to her parents specifically, uh, uh, that would be a blessing on them. That I don't want them to have to sit around and wait and worry about her murderer being out on the loose. You hear me?
But how else will I get permission for
we
the
should-
autopsy?
Is it fully necessary, sir?
Ma'am, I understand your concern.
I
Sir, I
suppose
understand
not.
your concern, but this is an investigation here. We need to check out any and all sources to make sure we do catch this killer. If there's anything that the family has, we need to know about it.
Yes.
I'd like to ask the room. Does anybody know that spell that can like make things one piece again? Like when you tear something and you
Mending?
just like push
You
it back
mean
together and it
Mending?
mends.
Of
Yeah,
I
course.
have such knowledge.
it works on dead flesh. I learned that one time.
Anyway,
All right, interesting.
As we
Mr.
approach the body,
James,
Strange.
Milo, one of you please take this when you investigate the property.
I'll take
Oh.
that. Thank you
I
kindly.
hand the key. Also, I will, as they'll go to walk in, I will prestidigitate their boots clean before they enter the house.
As James is walking towards it, I have the door open. I go, ladies first.
Real quick.
Careful.
I want to turn to the who's been helping us. Is this the sheriff or the deputy?
Sheriff Haynes.
Sheriff Haynes. I'll
There
turn to
is no
Sheriff
deputy
Haynes.
of Gravesprings. This is too small of a town.
Not yet, Scorchy. Anyways,
Scorchy is a deputy of a
I will turn to Sheriff Haynes and I'll be like,
you wish for me not to tell the family? I suppose an autopsy is not 100% required, but my work is done in such ways. It makes it very easy in cases like this.
I would ask that you, if it's necessary, it's necessary, and you have to talk with them. But the less they know right now, the better. Less that they have to suffer, the less we drag this out.
I want to inside check him to see if he's hiding anything when he says that.
All right, yeah.
Skeptical. 19.
He is being completely honest. He's genuinely worried for the well-being of like this family.
Understandable. If it is avoidable, I will put it off until my last resort.
Thank you.
I will attempt to commune with the dead now.
He looks with you with fear in his eyes and keeps his mouth shut. So Dan and who else is entering the house?
James.
Just
Dan and
myself and
Milo and
Milo and
James.
James.
Milo and James are entering the house. All right.
I am going to
So-
speak with this governor individual.
Okay. Who are we tackling first? Or
I'm gonna tackle
am-
those entering the.
I am
the-
going to
first.
give James, since he took the key, and with the key transfer, a bit of magical presence will envelop you. You have a D8 of bardic inspiration.
Cool. All right. So you two enter into the house.
Before they cross through the mud,
Mhm.
I'm gonna use shape water on it and just freeze
Okay.
it. That way nobody can disturb it.
All right.
I think
And
we're
I will
already
still
past
I will
that.
still prestidigitate their boots clean regardless, so they do not track anything in the house.
All right.
Well, can we
Cool,
all
cool,
stop
cool.
with the magic, please?
You-
is-
I
I
You're
believe it
throwing
is
all these
quite
spells around. This
necessary
is a
for the
small
work,
town.
actually. Now,
All right.
I will bid you all farewell for now. I will meet you back here after I had done my own personal questioning at her place of work.
All
Take
right.
it easy.
If necessary, keep the news of the murder on the down low. But I understand if you gotta do what you gotta do. You're the investigators. You make the calls on who is on a need to know basis.
Hmm.
Information will be limited.
I say we meet back here in, let's say, an hour, if we can.
Less than that.
Less
I will
than
be
that.
back in
We'll
40
be-
minutes exactly.
Well, myself and James are just going to do the house to quick scope, upstairs, downstairs, make sure there's no any. You never know what we might find. And then I think once myself and James are done, we should split up or, tackle things one at a time. But I don't think people should leave just yet until myself and James have at least given this place a good sweep.
Mhm.
That's a good point. It's better if we all work together.
Do you want to go upstairs? I'll take downstairs.
Sounds good to me. If you find
I
anything,
will be conducting my ritual here.
You go to check out upstairs and you just go to heaven because there's no upstairs.
Oh, shit. I was hoping there'd be 2 floors to this place.
There is so as you enter the room, as you enter the house, there's a small entrance area where a few coats are hung on a little hangy thing that you hang things up. It looks like they're mostly like colder weather coats that aren't being used at this time of the year. You can see that there's a very small kitchenette area where it looks like there's a gas stove and a few other, old Western appliances that you would see. There's a small worn out table that is sitting there in the kitchenette area as well. And at the opposite side of this room, which is probably only like 30 feet or so, it's rather small. There is another door that is closed currently. To your left is a what appears to be like a bedroom door of sorts.
I'd like to go in the bedroom door if I can.
All right. You enter the bedroom. It's a very small bedroom with a queen-sized bed. It's got 2 nightstands, one on either side, and that is the whole wall. That is all that is left of room in this area. There's a closet directly to your right as you enter in. Before we discuss what's in the bedroom, does Milo investigate the kitchenette living area?
Yeah, I think I'd before going into any room, I just kind of give the area we're in a quick sweep, maybe all the coats, check the pockets, maybe there's letters or piece of paper or just something, and then just kind of given this general area, I guess.
All right, roll me an investigation.
While they're inside, I guess since they asked for us to wait before we split off, I'm just going to be giving the sheriff a good up-down look. The entire time they're in the house, I'm walking around the sheriff with a notebook, and a journal, a folded over journal, a folder has a blank piece of paper, and I'm just jotting details down about the sheriff's appearance.
All right.
Just getting really good, one of those police
drinking
sketch type.
Yeah,
I'm drinking it all in about the sheriff. The way he stands, the way he talks, the way he looks.
All right. With that investigation, you just kind of rifle through things rather quickly. There's a couple of coins in some of the pockets.
I'll leave them there, don't need them.
Some old mints you can see, which you reach your hand in one of the pockets and there's a sticky mint in there, and you take your hand away and it's a little sticky and it's gross. And you walk around and you look around and there's pots and pans and kitchenry and things such as that.
Don't mints only get sticky if you partially chew and suck on them?
Or you
Apparently, I've already
something.
been in this room.
But the last thing you notice is a piece of paper that's crumpled on the table that looks like it didn't end up in the trash for some reason, but that's about it. There's not much to this area.
I will have a look at that piece of paper. Is it crumbled up or is it just folded?
It's crumpled.
Oh, well then, yeah, absolutely. He would think that's suspicious. Why?
All right.
Why is this not in the bin?
There's as you open it up, it's kind of a roughly not quickly written note. It looks like the person who wrote this cared a lot, but cared too much, and so put a lot of like passion into their writing, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And this is all that is written on it. I will give you.
Just me.
Well, I'll give. I say you, as I will show it to all of you. So, I will go ahead and read it out to you guys. It should be in your
Mhm.
Handouts.
your handouts now. My dearest Elizabeth, as much as I would like to blame you and your mixed signals, I can't. But if only you had told me the truth from the beginning, I wouldn't have gotten close. I would have been able to stop myself from falling for you even more. I would have been able to prevent the heartache and the awkwardness that came with finding out the truth. I wouldn't have bothered you, and I would have tried my best to convey my feelings, and I would not have bothered you and tried my best to convey my feelings, but I admit I am also to blame for a lot of things. I know that there was no chance. Still, I gave you every ounce of effort I can offer. I wrote this letter even though I shouldn't have. Admittedly, my feelings. I admitted my feelings despite the fact that you would probably just. That I. Holy shit, I cannot read. I admitted my feelings despite the fact that they would probably just be neglected, ignored, or even thrown away. I allowed myself to know you. I allowed myself to know you more, and in the end, look where it all got me. Sad and alone, pining after a woman who never loved me and never could. Who never could love me like I love her. You don't love me, and I know that, but I at least have to tell you, I love you, and I'm sorry. There is nothing is signed at the bottom of it. It is left mysterious.
Yeah, I was gonna see if there's anything.
Mhm.
I would probably fold it up, shove it in one of my many pockets in my coat, pull out my flask, take a sip, and go to that room, that other room that James didn't go into.
All right. The other room is less of a room and more of a backyard. You notice that the door is unlocked as you turn it and open it. And it seems to lead to just a dusty, I don't want to say backyard because it's not quite a backyard. It's more of just a back area of dirt. You can see as this is the area of town where the mountains start to pick up, and you can see the slow incline as the rough, sandy mountains are up ahead of you, just quite close. Roll me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
21. You can
I see
tell
everything.
about let me check this. I gotta read my notes, make sure I know what I'm saying. About 30 feet out from the door is a set of footprints that just appear to stop. You walk up to them and look at them a little bit more closely, and it's not that the person like turned around and walked away. They just stop.
Do they come from where that door is out 30 feet, or they start 30 feet and then they stop?
So 30 feet away from the door, there's nothing. And then at the 30-foot mark, 30 feet away, there's a set of footprints that look like they were headed towards the house, and they just stop 30 feet away.
And they're heading
You
towards the
can-
back door.
They are headed towards the back door, yeah. You can roll me an investigation really quickly to see if you can find any sort of specifics about these boots specifically.
I'm investigation, okay. 14?
14. You can tell that these are like some sort of boots. You can't really tell the size of them. Whoever was walking was kind of dragging them a bit. So there's no distinct pattern and no distinct like shoe size that you can really ascertain.
From just like my history of being a PI, would I be aware of any kind of magic that would erase footprints?
Roll me a history check.
Of course. 9.
I mean, there's spells like prestidigitation that clean things and different stuff like that. You can do mold earth. There's a handful of spells that change things like that, and there's no real way to like specify for footprints, not in your mind at least.
Okay. Well, I'd probably take a note of that.
Mhm.
Do I see anything else while I'm out here? Like, is it just open, or is there like walls, or is there any way that they
No,
could
it's
get in?
just open. You can see as you look kind of to your right a little bit that there's the steeple of a church off in the distance just around the corner a bit. But for the most part, this is the edge of town. This is the northern edge of town. You can see a house to your left that's just a little bit more northward of it, but seems like this is where life ends in Gravesprings.
Do the footprints, do they start from the mountain, and like if where the tracks stop, if I follow them, what direction are they
So
leading
you
to?
follow them back and follow them to like the nearest road where then they get lost in all of the rest of them no matter like how hard you look. But the closest road appears to be like right here, this area over by the church. That is the closest
Okay.
road and that's where they lead to.
I
And with that, we're going to cut back to James, to Scorchy.
I just
James,
want to
as
mention,
you...
um,
Go ahead.
my character would be, if he at all had a chance of glimpsing the church, he would be standing in a place just staring at it.
Yeah, you can probably after kind of twiddling your thumbs a little bit outside of the house, waiting for these two to come back out, looking over their horizon, if you admiring these pretty rocky mountains, you see the steeple of the church just barely visible from where you are.
He begins drumming his fingers a little bit on his chest, nervously.
James, that is correct.
Yeah.
James, you enter this bedroom and you take a look around. There's the queen size bed, the 2 nightstands, and the closet. What do you do?
Okay. No sort of like. Is there anything on top of these nightstands? Some sort of box or any lamp? Anything?
There's an oil lamp. There also appears to be a book.
Okay. What's the book titled?
The book is titled Some Generic Poetry Book.
Okay. All right. So basically, I'm just gonna try and look under the bed, in the drawers, in the closet, looking for boxes like on a shelf, in the
right.
clothes, basically everywhere I can for anything.
Roll me a general investigation check. This will be for the room. I'm gonna make you do a separate one for the closet itself.
Okay, so the 20 for the room.
20 for the room. Yeah, you search everything and everywhere, looking up and down. You check the drawers, you check under the bed. Under the bed, there's a couple of storage containers, mostly clothes, some quilts for the colder months. And in the top of the dresser drawers, there's $15. And yeah, there's $15 in the dresser drawer, a couple of other generic poetry books in the other dresser. That's about it. It seems like she lived a very modest life. You then go searching in the closet. Again, these are nicer outfits. There's one that looks like it's for special occasions. There's some like going out in the town clothes, and then one other maid uniform, it seems. You yeah, that's
What's up?
about it. Just clothes, storage, couple of things hidden. You find one other thing I forgot to mention on the nightstand is a picture of what you could assume is her parents and her brother. They look a couple of years younger than the dead woman you saw on the stoop, but there's no mistaking it. They have a family photo here.
I'm gonna take the picture out just for my own sake.
Mm-hmm.
Of the frame to hold on to that, and then I'm gonna go in the closet at the maid outfit. Is there some sort of embroidering or anything that can tell me exactly where she works? Because you said the chief didn't quite know who she worked for, right?
I thought it was for the
Okay.
governor's wife, right?
Yeah. He said that
was a maid.
she works.
Yep.
She works in the mansion. She's the only maid currently employed.
Okay, so
Employed there.
then
He thinks that she works specifically for Jane, but not 100% sure.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation, anyways, as you look at this dress a little bit closer.
Okay.
You have that bardic inspiration. No, you don't need it.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll do it. You are looking at this maid outfit, and you're looking at it, and you're checking to see if there's anything more specific. But as you do, you kind of step forward and you step into the closet a little bit, and the board gives way under your foot and kind of like slams up a bit, and your foot sinks into the ground a little bit. And you look down and you go, "What the fuck is that?" And you see that there's a hidden compartment here.
Ooh.
You kneel down and move this board out of the way, and there's a small shoebox, and it's got a couple of things inside of it, some small trinkets, and a smooth river stone, and a couple of letters. But the one that stands out to you, and that I'm going to give you for shortness sake, is this, which show 2 players, everyone. My dearest Angel E, I wish the world hold on, let me just reset my brain really quickly. Reading is sometimes hard.
You're good.
My dearest Angel E, I wish the world could know how far the depths of my love for you are. I love you more than anyone could imagine. I love the wistful way you walk, the dark brown of your eyes, your perfectly curled auburn hair, your personality that can only compare to the fiery heat of the sun. You may not say it, but I know the statements of those around us hurt you, and I hate seeing it. We should build a boat secretly under the waterfall and sail down the river for days to find a perfect place far away from here. Build a little cottage where we can both live until we're old and gray. We'll make a garden and a pasture and produce our own food, and I'll learn how to sew and make our clothes and blankets, and we can live happily forever together without the judgment of other people we've found ourselves with. Just say the word and I'm yours. And it's signed with just a cursive J.
Okay. Let's see. James will.
Real quick, something that I want to know is what was the name of the person who found her?
Melanie.
Okay.
Ellen.
So James will see that, and then you said in the shoebox there was trinkets and the letters, and what was you said? A reverse stone.
A river stone, yeah.
A river stone. Got it.
Yeah.
Like
it's
seems like.
Say that again.
Like a skipping rock, or.
Yeah, kind of. It looks. Do you guys know those worry stones that sometimes like crystal shops will sell and stuff like
just
that?
Like rub it and.
Yeah. It looks like some sort of good luck charm that's obviously very important to whoever put it here, and it doesn't look worn and like smoothed by regular like time. It looks like someone has held onto this rock and rubbed it smooth.
Ah, I see. Okay. Cool. I'll take that stone and the letter.
Mhm.
And the trinkets, they're just like
They're
jewelry and
just
such.
little not necessarily jewelry, but just more little detail things like the rock that look important, but you wouldn't be able to place exactly why they're necessarily important to this person.
To take all of those things, the letter, the jewelry, and the stone, and I'm gonna put it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put it in this little bag on my hip that just embroidered says evidence,
Right.
and he'll put it in there, and he'll write in his notes, and he'll place the shoebox back and put the cover back on, and try to make it look like it did before he found it.
Okay. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. And you'll head back out. Let's cut really quickly
Yep.
to Eggy. What's you
All right. I am laying out some like incense, and like my character starts burning the incense that he takes out of his doctor's bag.
Mhm.
He lights a match, and then he starts burning away on the incense, and you see he's kind of like almost in like a half prayer position. He's on
Mhm.
his like knees, and he's got his hands in his lap, and he's sat back a little bit, and he wants to try to speak with the dead body.
At this
Okay.
point, I probably would have walked to where he is.
And he has the corpse kind of like he has it like laid out in a more formal position.
Um yeah. Yeah, okay. Let me just I'm reading over the spell's description currently just to make sure that I do this right.
I will speak with that.
So, this spell does not return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. What is the difference between a soul and an animating spirit necessarily? Is that like
It
a
has
mechanic in
it has
D&D?
the knowledge of the spirit, but it's not necessarily the person. It's just like thoughts and consciousness.
Yeah, kind of like
Okay.
consciousness, not exactly what makes the person the person.
Right.
Okay.
The actual like personality.
All right. You can see as you do this spell, as you do this ritual, as a small ghostly apparition lifts up into the air. You can you can't see any sort of details on it. It's just this white light that looks roughly in the shape of the same being that is dead here. Immediately you just get a wash of emotion that is emanating off of this spirit, and it's remorse and sadness and mourning.
Uh,
Remorse.
speak to it like,
Hello, Elizabeth. I am here to ask you some questions in regards to your murder. Please answer as truthfully as possible. Do you know who killed you?
just,
You can
blunt.
see as you can understand that the spirit isn't completely sure.
Not completely sure.
The spirit can
All
talk,
right.
by the way. Answer 5 questions.
Mm-hmm. It can the it answers the 5 questions, but I'm not going to have it talk necessarily. I'm going to make it have like be understood. I don't think that a third level spell isn't powerful enough to manifest that much, I think.
Good. It's fine.
Cool.
But it's enough to
Cool.
manifest
Something.
answers.
Yeah, manifest
Mhm.
a
Yeah.
sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here. And through its like communication, can I still get an understanding for its answers at least through that?
You can get so I don't think that you're going to be able to so here before we ask the rest of the questions, let me just lay this out. You'll get rough answers. I don't think that you're going to just be able to ask who killed you, and then the spirit go, "Oh, it was so and so down the street. Go get it."
That makes sense.
But keep it mostly to yes or no. That'll be the easiest for her to answer.
Brief or cryptic answers.
Brief or cryptic answers. Basically, like, this is taking both energy from you and from her at this moment, and she wants to be done as quickly as possible, and is basically attempting to communicate with you in the most direct way, which is through emotions and through the small gestures that you can kind of see in the body.
He'll ask next.
Were you alone when you were murdered?
Yes.
Do you know of anyone who might have been out to get you, or hurt you or your family for any reason?
Yes.
Was this perhaps a lover or a former lover?
You can tell that it's related to a lover. It's not. The answer is no. It was not a lover, but it
mix there
is associated with a lover.
Egon is going to mutter to the doctor, maybe someone who thought they could be?
Perhaps.
Because I like Tobias doesn't know anything about the notes that they found at all. So
No, not yet.
And I'm going off of that as well.
Yeah, that gets rid of his next question then, if it was going to be related to a family member. Let's see, with one question left. Let me see here. Let me think just for a little bit.
Does she normally work late as a maid at that hour?
No.
It was her body was discovered at 11 p.m.
Was this the location that you died at, or did you die elsewhere?
Good question.
This was the location she died. And with that, the apparition fades.
Sorry to disturb your rest.
All right, so I'll go ahead and jot down in my notes what I got out of that. So potentially related to a lover.
Potentially.
Or
somebody
potentially related to somebody who
before
one
myself
second.
and
1 second, Dan. What else did I get out of that exactly? This was the location that she died.
She died here.
She was
someone
alone.
was out to. Someone could have.
Yeah, she was alone.
She didn't exactly know who killed her.
Okay.
She died here. It's related. The person that killed her is related to a lover of sorts. Not necessarily like related as in like family relation, but like
closely tied to the involvement of a lover. Oh, got it.
Yes.
Of course.
She knows that someone could be out to hurt her or her family.
Someone could be out to hurt her or her family.
Yeah, she did say that she has enemies that potentially would want to get rid of her. That's it. Okay.
I don't know if James is on his way up. Before he actually goes out, he goes, "Can I stop him?"
Yeah, what'll happen is that you're investigating the footprints. You start to come back. You come back in through the back door, and just as you're coming in through the back door, you run into James as you're on your way towards the front.
James. So I've found a few things. I don't know if you found anything, and I kind of rifle through the many pockets I have, and I pull out the note that I found on the table, and I show it to him.
And I say, smoking his cigar, and reads it.
So as I was walking through, I just kind of found it on the ground. If I thought it might be weird that a piece of paper would be crumpled up and not discarded properly. But this also is kind of it adds on to the fact that I went out this other door and it leads outside. And about 30 feet away from the door, I found a set of footprints that appeared to just stop about 30 feet from the house, and I followed them back, and they stopped at the road that lead up towards where the church is, and I couldn't track them any further than that road. So maybe someone entered. I'm thinking someone entered through this back door, and then when Elizabeth opened the door, the attacker came from inside the house and attacked her from there.
I see. Good find. I think that our little Miss Elizabeth had a secret love going on in the
Possibly.
background. I found this in a floorboard inside of her room, and I'll pull out, the stone. Seems like it was rubbed by a hand. The letter and the trinkets, and these seem to be some sort of gifts that she was being offered.
Can I take the letters and see if the handwriting matches that of the mysterious note that I found?
Yeah,
they
100%.
inside or outside?
We're both
They're
inside.
currently inside.
They're inside the
Yeah,
Do
house.
I hear this
they,
conversation through the door at all or anything?
This is probably about the time that the ritual is ending. So you can hear them talking, but nothing specific. As you take the two letters and you look at them, you both can tell that there's no way that this is the same handwriting.
I didn't think so. I didn't think this was the same person either. I believe Elizabeth was going for Jay, and this other person she was dodging who did like her. So it's some sort of love triangle going on.
I'm gonna. I don't think this footstep thing. I don't think I'm explaining it too well. And I kind of take him to this door and I show him like where the footprints stop and how they go towards the road, so that he can get a look for himself.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I
actually
want to find a way to like hide the footprints.
Actually, I was still confused about that. Does it? So it's going towards the house, right?
So it looks like, if you guys look at the map, it looks like somebody started here and walked towards the house, going up back around the back, and then right as they're around 30 feet from the door, again, the house is up a little bit elevated. The foundation is above the ground, so there's a couple of steps. It just 30 feet from the base of the steps, the footprints just stop. There's no footprints that turn around and go the other way. There's no other footprints in this area. It looks like nobody's really been in this backyard area for a very long time, and the dirt is a bit like looser here. It's not compact like the roads are, so footprints are able to form. The person that was walking towards the house was walking shambled and dragging their feet.
Oh, okay. So I see this as well as I go out, and as he's showing me and everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Look, I've been absolutely plastered in my day, but I don't think I've ever seen someone walk so drowsy like this. Must not be able to handle their drink or something.
I've seen some bastard drinkers as well. Yeah,
Well,
this
look,
is right on.
Maybe we should go and tell the others. Maybe they've found some other information, and then we can figure out exactly our next step.
I agree. I think, regardless of anything, I think we need to pay our dear governor a visit.
Absolutely.
All right, let's head him back.
Yeah, we start heading back out towards everybody else.
For quickness's sake, do you relay all the information that you've found?
Oh yeah,
everybody
everything.
relays. Everybody relays all the information that you've discovered so far to each other.
I'm gonna withhold the trinkets from everyone else, but I'll still show the letter in stone.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Eggy, you're muted.
Oh. Okay, so with the information, so since we're all sharing information, it's all relayed. I want to ask, like, out loud.
So, a pair of footsteps that stopped 30 meters from the house and turned around.
Some sort of transportation magic, perhaps.
It didn't even turn around. It just ended.
Stopped. I'm wondering if this could be the footsteps of our poor Melanie, the one that discovered the body originally.
No,
but they were behind the house. It's related.
I believe this is our killer's footprints.
But will Melanie's story match up with our evidence?
Well, no. From what I believe, he said that Melanie was coming from the tavern, which I believe is to more southern. And so then when she was coming back up from my house, it wouldn't make sense for her to come up around with the churches. It wouldn't make any sense.
Something must have came from the church.
The
I'm only
sheriff will kind of
speculating.
step in on that and be like, it's roughly Melanie's house is just this one right next door, and he points it out. And now let me just select this symbol and put it to a different layer.
Egon has
And
a big dumb grin plastered to his face.
points to this this house here, and points it out and goes, that's Miss Melanie's house. Her and her husband Jonathan, they live there. It's about the same amount of walking distance to go north as it is to go south. Since
I am only
there's
speculating, of course.
yeah. Well, there's the bank, the sheriff's office, my office, the newspaper, and the governor's mansion is at the center of town. And the going north takes you through kind of a shopping district, if that makes sense. And going the southern route takes you past more houses, more housing area.
Before we go off to the governor's, I want to just one last thing I want to take note of is the expression on Elizabeth's face.
Pained.
Pain. Okay.
So she did not die quickly.
Quick. When we were inside the house, there weren't any footprints inside the house either.
They're like, no, not footprints necessarily. Like, there's dust and stuff, so obviously someone has walked in here with shoes on, but no like footprints. No mud caked onto the floor or anything that you would be able to tell from that.
Okay. Well,
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, is the general consensus that we go to the governor's house next thing is that was a place of work, or does anybody have any other ideas?
I do have one idea. I do know a little bit of hocus pocus myself. I could disguise myself as her. That would get a reaction from somebody who had potentially strangled her.
Perhaps.
Sheriff,
Unless
the
that
sheriff looks at you
individual-
with kind of a pained expression. At that, just like,
What's
"Ooh,
that
wow,
look
that
for?"
Sucks.
Look,
Go ahead and roll me an insight.
I'm
I was
not
gonna-
good at those.
James will say too on the side. I appreciate the
It's a
intuition
6.
or the
You don't know.
ambition, but I don't think that's quite the best idea at the moment. Regardless,
I mean,
Yeah, not at the moment. It only lasts an hour.
moment.
Are you smoking a Nerf dart?
Milo will walk up to Egon and go, "Now, you see, look, something like that might be a bit disturbing to people." And as he gets close, he can lean in and go, "That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I might make you pull that at some point. Just me and you, just..."
We could probably
Anyway.
steal her work clothes. I could use that. We're whispering between each other.
Yeah. Look, I think, maybe when we're certain of who it is and we want to confront them, maybe then, but we don't want to waste it on people that may not even be a suspect at this point. So, me and you will just keep it to each other. And, I don't know your methodologies. I've kind of a bit more simpler, but you seem to kind of have a different way of going about things. So, if you find anything interesting, let me know and we'll go from there. But, let's head over to the governor's and see if we can find out what's going on there.
If you find anything like sulfur or like things drawn in human blood, let me know.
Certainly will. And I start heading off towards where the governor's house is.
All right. As you guys head your way, the sheriff turns to you all and says, "Are you all done with the body? If you are, I'll get the priest and he can come and they can start bring her to the church and start getting her grave ready.
At that, after hearing that, Egon would make a weird face, probably similar to the one that he made.
Hmm.
I mean, has anybody, like, I know doctors, if there's anything that you need to do.
Actually, Sheriff, what is this priest's name?
Saint Hugo.
Hugo. Very
He
well.
likes to boast as a saint. How
You may-
fucking ridiculous.
You may continue. That is all. And I just turn and have my hands behind my back, and I continue walking with the others.
Okay.
Does that mean he's undead? Egon would ask this question out loud.
Undead.
You gotta be dead to be canonized.
Maybe in some religions, but not this one.
Milo just gives Egon just a pat on the back.
Something tells me it may have
Uh-oh.
been a self-insert.
A church run by men. Men as in people only.
As we're kind of getting close to Gornis, as I say to Egon, I kind of go, maybe we should let myself or James do the talking, seeing as we seem to be like the most well adapted people for talking to, getting information. Egon.
Good idea.
As fucking sane of a chap as you are, by God, you're strange. So maybe myself and James should probably take the lead on this one. The three of you just take in as much as you can, and maybe.
Are you absolutely sure you have the linguistic skills to get information? It is my life's work as a psychiatrist, after all.
Trust
I
me.
believe I know when it is right to speak and when it is not. I am a licensed professional, after all. Boy.
Trust me, this ain't my first rodeo. I've been a deputy for about 10 years now. I know how to get information out of somebody. I have my own way of doing it.
Snakeskin Jack's got a fucking badge, is what he's saying. Basically, he knows what he's doing. I trust him. So maybe we'll let him take the lead, and then we'll see
I
what we
will
go from
mention
there.
to the party that Leth, my pseudo dragon, can apparently use telepathy up to 100 feet.
So can I.
So,
Telepathy.
walkie-talkie.
I also am telepathic.
I am also telepathic. Would you look at that?
Telepathy 60 feet.
Ache.
Just let it know that I
Leth is
cannot
better than you.
communicate. I cannot communicate telepathically. Just so you know, I have a very few tricks I can do. So if you're gonna talk to me in my head, let me know beforehand, or else I might get jumpy.
All right. As you part ways from the sheriff, he'll
Mine's
say,
also 60 feet,
if-
Ryan.
"If you
Telepath's
all,
a good
if you all
feat.
need me, I'll be in my office with Miss Melanie. Good luck." And
Probably see you
he
soon.
walks away.
Obliged.
All right.
He's
So
gonna
you
be
guys,
in his office with Miss Melanie, huh?
Mm-hmm. Wonder what they're doing.
Crying.
sitting sadly.
Mood.
So you guys make your way south, headed towards the mansion. It's obviously like it's not the biggest building in town. The church appears to be the biggest building, but it is quite large compared to everybody else. You approach and make your way to the front door. Do you guys knock? There's a large iron knocker.
No, I don't knock. I just go in.
It is
I
currently
know.
locked.
No, I hold on to my say.
Make sure to knock. Yeah.
What did I say about letting Mr. Snake Man go first? And
Sorry.
I kind of gesture. Would you mind doing the honors?
Take my side here. I think you and I can do a good thing or two here. And he'll knock on the door.
The people around here have weird customs. We don't usually lock our doors.
So
Doors in mine.
it takes a few not a few minutes, but like a minute or so for before you start to hear the shuffling of locks on the other end unlocking, like the slide and the thing and the chain and the bolt. and the door slowly opens up, and you see a tall, somewhat stout man. His hair has turned snow white, and he seems to have stress wrinkles all across his face.
Boy, so stressed.
He's wearing a union suit with a thick fuzzy night robe over it, with the top of it wrapped around his waist, and he looks at those of you here with blurry sleepy eyes, and blinks a couple of times and goes, no, now what can I do for you?
James will take off his hat, revealing more of his scaly head and more of his just how long his mouth goes, and he'll go, good evening there, sir. My name is James Withlow. I'm the deputy down from and he'll name the town. And these are my compatriots, and he'll name each one. We're here to just, on an investigation to talk to you really quick, if you would have the time. Promise you would only take 10 minutes if you cooperate.
With you introducing yourself, he'll introduce himself and say, I am Governor Otto Pennington. I'm the governor of Gravesprings. What are you boys investigating?
Sir,
Oh.
being the governor of this town, you should know that there has been, and keeping this on the down low, a murder near the uptown for the dear Elizabeth.
He looks kind of shocked and kind of worried, and looks at you with a furrowed, stressed brow that fits his wrinkles very well.
At this moment, when he hears the name of someone who has been murdered, I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts to read his surface thoughts at this very moment in time.
Okay.
I can also do that.
You also took a telepath feat, that's why, bitch!
All right. Is that a check or a roll, or is that just at will?
If I decide to go deeper, it is an at will at first. Well, not an at will; it's a spell. But
I
there is
can
no
actually do
save.
that.
There is no save for the surface level of the thoughts until I decide to purge deeper. Then it is then it is a saving throw. So detect thoughts. It is a wisdom save to go farther. So it is a concentration for a minute. Casting time and action. For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast a spell as your action, and on each of your turns until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature has an intelligence of 3 or lower, it's not affected. You initially...
he's not affected.
Thank you. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature at what is most on its mind at the current moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature or probe deeper into the same creature's mind.
Okay.
If you probe deeper, it's a wisdom saving throw. But right now, at this moment, when the deputy reveals that Elizabeth has been murdered, it's the surface thoughts of the governor at this moment.
Mr. Pennington.
The surface thoughts exactly at that moment are like fear, shock, and worry. And that's the overwhelming, and like somewhat of panic as well, because you just told him somebody's been murdered in his town. So he's got a lot of thoughts, just like, oh, what the these people are here to investigate. Oh,
Yeah.
shit like that.
They're here to investigate me.
Well,
that's what he should be thinking.
No, it'd be too easy.
Again, like the speak with undead or that
it's
spell.
It's just the surface blips of insta thoughts of like neurons
vagaries.
firing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is the impression
like,
you get.
We would like to come inside and ask you a couple of questions, sir.
He kind of rubs his eyes a little bit. Yeah. Oh, fuck, my headphones.
Thank you.
He drops his headphones.
Is
He drops his
He
headphones.
dropped his Beats headphones.
yeah, he drops his
Wait.
AirPods.
Oh, fuck, he
that's
can't
what it is,
hear
is
us.
wearing
He's got his
Beats.
AirPods in.
I will also ask
Just
at
to
this
relate.
time, since this concentration is only for a minute, I will immediately ask afterwards. And if a Miss Jane is here as well, this pertains to Elizabeth's line of work, so I'd like to have her present as well. You do not feel the need to break the news. We will do that so professionally. If you could fetch her, that would be wonderful.
Did you say Miss Jane?
Miss.
Yeah, that's her.
Ms. There. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Just-
I got you. I'm just curious.
Married or
Uh,
not, I will always say Miss to be polite.
Yeah. Right.
You need to speak with my wife, Jane.
Correct.
Your wife. Yes, please. That would be
I
much
believe she
necessary.
did work very closely with your wife, so I would like to have her present here
Oh,
as well.
yes.
I,
Very
Yeah.
close.
I promise you this
What's
would
that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. She
I'll-
was a maid in service to your household, wasn't she?
stop. You like he'll put up his hand and he'll say, we don't mean anything. We just want to talk to both of you since you both are the owners of this estate."
Yeah.
I'd like to take a look at his boots. I won't specifically like remove them, but not with this guy.
They're they look bigger than the muddy boot prints at the front of the stoop.
Everybody here's a size 12 except for one dude who's a size
Except for
10.
one dude.
We
who's a
will
size
find
10.
him. We will
Yeah.
Cinderella this motherfucker.
Yeah. Also, you would notice that Otto is not a small guy. He is big, and he doesn't necessarily look built or strong necessarily, but he's definitely a tall motherfucker.
How
Um,
tall would you say he is exactly?
As
like
we
6'4", 6'5".
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. He's definitely got a commanding presence, which probably has something to do with him being elected to run and stuff like that. You can
Oh.
tell that he's got a way with communicating and
Murder?
and a way of controlling a room.
Is-
As James are kind of saying things, Milo will just slowly try and like slink his way into the doorway. Just
Yeah,
like,
Oh, what a
Hang on,
coincidence!
I'm
I'm
just
doing the
gonna-
same thing.
I'm just gonna
Otto-
just
Otto is opening up the door. You enter, and it's this large, grand hallway, much nicer than Elizabeth's house. For those of you who saw the inside of that, there's a dining area with a large dining table, and it seems like it goes further back into a kitchen. Headed directly forward, there's stairs that head up to a second level, and a hall that kind of continues down. And to your right, there is some glass paned doors and a sitting lounge area. And Otto opens this door and gestures and goes, "If you would, gentlemen, make your way into the parlor. I'll go get my wife."
much obliged. Thank you very much. Sorry to take your time.
I guess while I wait
no,
for Jane,
no.
I'll. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for doing your jobs. And he'll scurry away.
I
Now
guess
I'll turn to
shift my
Malachi.
attention.
I'll turn to Malachi really quick.
What's the surface thought of James right now? Because I shift my attention to you, and the concentration's still up.
Or not to Malachi. Sorry, I meant to. What's your character's name again?
Tobias.
Tobias. Sorry. He'll go now. I apologize for cutting you off there. The last thing I want is to make these people upset right now before we get into their own house.
It is fine. Do not make a habit of it. Things must be said, no
Right?
matter if they upset individuals.
While I agree with you, and I promise we'll get to that point, there's a time. We need to make sure that they
I
trust
want
us.
to mind link with you at this point, Scorchy.
Okay?
So we have all information about the notes, right?
Yeah, I gave you all the information about the notes.
And you were the one that originally found the note with that was signed off with J.
Correct.
I believe that we need to have a private conversation with this Miss Jane.
Right.
Seeing as that letter that you found was signed off with a singular J,
That is
it
exactly what I
could
was.
seem so.
That's exactly what I was planning.
The language inside, it leads me to believe it may have been written by a female person.
Mm.
With the descriptors and the acts that they put in the note.
One can only assume.
Hmm.
Trust me, I planned.
This is all over MindLink, by the way.
Mhm.
I will.
Oh, I see.
I will then use message and message Tobias. You know, with detect thoughts, I can hear the conversation you are having with James. Because I'm still reading the surface thought of James, so I can understand that he's thinking of a conversation with Tobias. I'm eavesdropping with my magic.
I don't want to hide anything from you. I simply do not wish to upset Mr. Pennington
Yeah, that
by
could.
talking aloud.
What do you think? They're just over there standing. They're all staring at
I'm
each other.
linking that over to
all three people were just looking at each other. All three of us, like.
What do you
So-
think the three of them were over there talking about? Like they kind of seem to be staring at each other. Do we do this? I'm looking at Egon. I go, do we do the same thing? Do we?
Yeah.
not?
When you ask me that, I'm going to nudge Leth with my hand, and he'll think for a second, and then he'll look at Milo, and give you a meaningful look, and you'll get the surface thoughts of two walking legs, two crouching legs, and a shrugging shoulders.
Am I able to?
Because he can only pass on very simple thoughts. He can't
Okay.
actually give words.
Mm.
Okay. Am I able to respond with the mind link? Tobias?
I think so. I think
Hello?
if you're linked, to Tobias, you can just talk to him.
Yeah.
Is anyone able to hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Okay.
We're thinking about it. If it's the telepathy feat, it's you can communicate to someone telepathically, but I don't think it's a two-way street. Kalashtar is a two-way street.
I see.
Is it a two-way
Yeah,
street?
it is a two-way street for my telepathy.
Okay.
Okay.
Kalashtar,
Then, yeah.
let's go.
So I'll respond with if I'm able to, I'll try to respond in my head. Yes, I understand. I don't want to try to start any sort of fight with this here governor, but I do plan to heavily interrogate Miss Jean. Don't you
Yes,
worry.
it is all in the name of finding the true killer, isn't it?
I promise you. I got.
But Leth has asked Milo a question.
Two standing legs, two crouching legs, and the shoulder shrug.
Yeah, like a questioning. Which one? Questioning.
He just sends back standing legs.
Standing leg.
Because I feel like he's doing, do we stay here or do we sneak off? And I'm wanting to stick around. So I'm
Okay.
going to send him back standing legs.
At about this time, you guys can hear as walking down the steps. There's two sets of sounds of walking.
How long were they gone for? Were they gone for a suspicious amount of time? Or?
No, just
Okay.
a little bit of time. You can
house.
see as Otto holds the door to the parlor open for who you assume is his wife Jane. She's very fair skinned, very very pretty, with long black hair. She's in a white nightgown and is like tired beyond belief. And she walks into the room and lets out a loud, "Gentlemen, you needed to speak with us." And she walks in and sits down at one of the chair, what the couches or lounge
any-
seating.
I
Do
will
they have any
shift.
clocks in here?
Yeah.
I'd like to go and pick one up and see how quickly I can take it apart.
Okay. You do that, and the governor looks at you and goes, "Son, you mind not doing that?"
Don't worry about it.
He's one of more unique investigators in this case. So, although it may look, this is just him thinking. I'll make sure he puts it back together and.
He has unorthodox methods, to
It
say
might
the
not be
least.
back together the way that I found it, but it will be back together, I promise.
He kind of glares
glares
at you. Is that spell has worn off because it's been over a minute now, right?
I will recast it.
Okay, yeah, he's angry. He sits down kind of protectively
ask
next
him-
I
to
will
next to
shift
ask
my
him,
focus to Jane,
Yeah,
and I'll
Jane
hold
is,
concentration on her
oblivious
for
currently.
the full minute to read surface thoughts.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask him,
she's-
does this have uranium in it?
What? What?
Does it have uranium in it?
I don't know.
I don't believe
It's a
so.
clock.
Why
Low at night?
I don't believe a reactive element would be in the common household clock. So
Well, it glows a little bit, so once in a while you find it.
We don't
Just
have
curious.
time for such conversation
please,
pieces.
not now.
Back on the topic.
What are you doing here? What is it that you need me for?
Miss Jean, I don't know if your husband has informed you.
Jane.
Or Jane, I apologize.
No apology needed.
There's been a murder in this here town of the dear Elizabeth Taylor. She was murdered tonight.
She sharply inhales and looks really upset and just freaks out, not like standing up or doing anything like that, but in that starts to like
Can I
starts
insight
to
check her
kind of
as she does
breathe
it?
very quickly and not necessarily hyperventilating, but like very not okay.
Can I insight check her to see if it's a reaction that would be instead for someone who is closer to her as opposed to just being.
She was definitely close with Elizabeth.
I would also like to do an
to
insight
the
check.
normal.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
roll insight.
I was gonna do the same, but
Yeah, I already said to roll insight.
Oh, shut up, Tobias. I'm needing.
Oh,
the
my,
six-
Oh my.
Don't shut up, Tobias.
Well, shut up, Tobias.
That's a nat 20.
Go on,
Yeah.
guys, roll your insights. Go on.
I don't need insight. I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit!
busy
That's
with
a
the
Oh
24.
fuck. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Or
She
actually,
needs.
me. I go ahead.
Jane needs to give me a wisdom saving throw, DC 16, as
Alright.
I probe deeper into her thoughts.
Okay. All right.
High DC.
I didn't come up with stats for Jane, but I will.
Commoner stats.
Yeah, probably. Commerce stats 5e. Yep.
I believe
no
the
bonus.
wisdom is a +1. Yeah. I was gonna say at least I think it's at most a +1.
Yeah.
Give her the +1. That is a
that's
failure.
that's a 13. Yeah, she's just currently like panicked, sad, upset, mourning.
Right.
There's loss, like deep loss here.
If
You can
probe-
definitely tell that her and Elizabeth were very, very close.
All right. If you probe deeper, the target must make the wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, of its emotional state and something that looms over its mind, such as something that the creature worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds either way, if it succeeds, the spell ends. When the spell ends either way on success or a failure, the target knows that you are probing into its mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested in my intelligence check.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to DM you this. That way that there's no possibility for any sort of like accidental
metagaming. Oh,
accidental
yes.
metagaming.
I love
Yeah.
it.
So momentarily.
Secrets.
Okay. So read that out for me again. What you get?
All right. When you probe deeper, it must make the wisdom saving throw. If you probe deeper, you gain insight into any reasoning, if any, of its emotional state and something large that looms over its mind, something that the creature worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds the wisdom saving throw, the spell instantly ends. Either way, at the end of the duration, whether the target succeeds or fails, they know that their mind has been probed unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts before the end of the duration. Licensed psychiatrist over here. Why don't you tell me about your problems? No. How about I find out anyway?
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
While this going on, can I stand up and I go over to Otto and I say, the way we like to do this, we don't like interviewing the same two people in the same places because we feel like their answers might be a bit altered if there are other people in the room. So if that's okay, I'd like to take you into a room separately where I'll interview you and my friend James here will interview Jane if that's okay with you.
I
promise it'll only be in the room over.
I'll shake my head for a minute. I'll immediately break. I'll immediately break attention off of her. And I will telepathically talk to Jane directly.
Jane is currently, she's on the couch and she's crying, and Otto is attempting to comfort her. And when you guys are interrupting Otto trying to calm her down, he kind of gives you a angry glare. At first, let's have Ryan, Ryan's character, talk with Jane.
Just in her mind. That way, I'm not interrupting the husband at all.
Yes.
I am. This is Dr. Malachi Silvershear of the Western Kingdom. I am only here to help, and believe you me, your secret is safe with me, madam.
She, you guys could all see as she freezes and looks
I just nod at her with
you.
a solemn look on my face, and I just nod.
Very, very frightened.
If I may give a persuasion check to calm her down, to have her trust me. With that, say secret safe with me. It's okay. We're only here to, I introduce myself. I try to approach hey, after getting your mind probe, it's kind of invasive, so I want to follow it up with a persuasion check.
My mind probing aftercare.
Yeah, this is why I have a bardic expertise in persuasion. That's a dirty 20. I have a plus 11 to persuasion. Let's go. Plus 5 commod. Let's go.
And you've still got the concentration up on that, right?
Yes, so I just decided not to probe deeper, just no surface thoughts.
You can tell that she does. She's definitely still freaking out over all of this stuff, but there's definitely an element of trust in it. And
Otto, he's doing this. Can I pull Mr.
Otto is
Pennington aside? Sorry.
Otto's looking at the group and is like, I really don't think now is the I would very much like to comfort my wife. I was not anticipating you telling her this.
It is fine, but I must pull you aside. I have questions I must ask you. If you would not mind.
Now, Mr. Otto,
he looks to Jane and places his hand on her face and looks her in the eye and goes, I'll only leave you if you want me to. And she nods her head and looks back at him and goes, it's all right. You can go. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. And he will get up and turn to Eggy and nod his head.
I'll pull him
I
into
will go
like
with them.
the kitchen area or something.
I will go, and as I'm walking out of the room, I'll turn to James and I'll just give him a knowing nod. And then I'll look to Egon and I'll just go, "Be good," and I'll leave.
Be good.
It's good to note that Egon is on the younger side. He's not.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that he's older than 20.
Now,
God, I'm 38. Holy shit.
my
39,
friend
yeah.
here and
My
I,
character's so old.
Egon is we're just gonna ask you a few questions now. It's not too
Oh, you
much.
want me to ask questions?
No, you
Oh.
keep doing
My
your thing.
character is 72.
You're doing wonderfully, Egon. But listen, now I know what you've heard is probably hard to hear, but I must tell you, this is of important matters, and I need you to be nothing but truthful in this moment. Do you understand?
She looks back at you, kind of like frightened, and wipes the tears off of her face, and nods her head.
We are talking about a matter of someone's life in this situation. So it is, to reiterate, it is very important. With that said, and he's going to go ahead and pull out the letter. We found.
I
Go ahead.
put a hand over the letter in your hand, and I just start slowly pushing it down. And I just look at you, and I just shake my head no.
I pull my hand away.
Hmm.
One moment, miss, and I'll try to whisper to him, what's the issue here?
I'll speak telepathically to you. She is the one. She is not a killer. She loved her dearly. This must not leave this room. That secret you found must stay a secret. For now, just return the stone as a parting gift.
Am I able to respond with yours or no?
I don't know if the telepathy feed is a two-way street. I know Kalashtar's are two-way streets. Let me go to features and traits, feats, telepath.
It could be a message
you
thing
can
where
you are able to speak telepathically to any creature, not back. So you could just.
I'll just whisper that. I'll try and whisper as best I can to keep it out of earshot of Jane. I'll
lean down.
I understand and I respect that, and I know she is not.
Yes.
But
Yes,
as an investigator, I must pry. And I
just ask the right questions. Not
There's
personal.
no one in this room but us who already know and her. No one else is going to know about this if she cooperates.
Very well.
That's why I had our friend. That's why I had our dear friend Milo take Otto out of the room, and with the support of my friend here, or Tobias.
We must find out if there are any common enemies.
Agreed. May I continue now, Mr. Malachi, with your permission?
Of course. Sorry to be so rash.
No, I respect your. I respect your needs.
Patient confidentiality is my number one. And I say that out loud as before I turn and leave.
Now, Miss Jane, and he pulls out the letter. We're aware of certain relations you've had with Miss Elizabeth. Talking one-on-one now, and I'll throw the letter on the table. Just not close enough so she can grab it, but enough that she can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll place the stone on top of it, as well as, and I'll hold some of the jewelry in my hand. And I'm looking for her reaction right now as I do that.
Very sad.
Okay.
Very sad.
Now, it's not my job to reach into any domestic things, but I must ask you, someone who was very close to Miss Elizabeth, did she have anybody else coming between?
Hmm.
Jane shakes her head no and says, "No, I not that I know of."
Hmm.
I insight that?
Yeah.
Shoot. How many?
You go use
how many-
that
Yep.
bardic. D8. So it's a
Yeah.
15.
15.
Yeah, it doesn't, you don't think she's lying to you.
I'll
Okay.
like to refer to another note that I don't have on hand, but she had a piece of paper, another love letter sent to her by an unnamed person. Describe
You still have that piece of paper. You took it. You didn't give it back to me.
it to me.
To
Okay,
compare
cool.
handwritings, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll take that and I'll throw that down too. Another admirer, it seems, who was after Miss Jeannie,
I
or
miss
Miss
Elizabeth. Yeah.
So again, I must ask anybody even that you might have been suspicious of.
She'll kind of shakily reach out for that new letter that you place down and
I allow
read
her.
over it quickly.
Even if you even recognize the handwriting, it would help.
Right.
She kind of grabs at the letter tightly and reads over it and looks concerned and upset and shakes her head no and says, "No, I wasn't aware of this. I didn't."
Mhm.
And places it back on the table slowly, looking somehow even more upset now.
Now I know again this is all hard to understand and take in, but we're here to protect the good nature and the good life of her and make sure that whoever did this gets taken down. Is there anybody that you might have known through the town that might have been suspicious? Anybody?
No, then nobody. I don't know who would have done this. I don't I don't I don't I don't
Miss
I don't know.
Janie, I suggest you calm down, and I'm gonna cast suggestion to make her calm down.
All
Oh, I
right.
was literally just
What's
gonna
the
cast
DC?
literally calm emotion.
What's the DC of that?
It is a DC 11, actually.
I have calm emotions as
Well,
well.
that is a
That's a
nat
nat
one.
one.
Yeah, Jane just calms down, takes in a deep breath and lets it out and calms down a bit and says, "No, I don't know of anybody that would want to cause her harm. Even Otto, he doesn't know, but I don't think he would hurt her. I don't think he would. I would
Now,
hope he wouldn't."
all right. Well, now I have a couple other questions, and I must ask: it does your husband have a tendency to walk outside or be out late?
No, he spends most of his time up in his study.
Mm. Do you have any?
Oftentimes he'll be there late into the night.
Do you have any other of your servants that work late hours, or did Elizabeth work any late hours here?
Say that again.
Basically, I asked, is there any servants that worked late, or
Uh,
with Elizabeth, or if she even worked late herself?
Elizabeth would work late sometimes. Although I don't know if work is really the way that you would describe it. We'd just spend time together. At first, it was mostly nice to have a friend here. Then more.
Right. So none of the other servants would.
We don't have any other servants. This house isn't big enough to have more than one.
All right. Well, Mr. Malachi, do you have any other questions for Miss Janie here?
Other than reaffirming that patient confidentiality is of utmost of professional priority.
Please, you can't tell anyone.
Obviously, we will. That is your personal business. Confidentiality is number one for people's personal business. I will affirm this for you.
Thank you.
And at this point, James will slide the letter, the stone, and all the trinkets over to her and says, "You can hold on to those."
Thank you.
While all this is happening, I'm going to set the clock back down, having never actually taken it apart. Nor having ever actually attempted to take it apart. Just seeing if there were like loose pieces that would come off. But
There is one more thing, James. Something that I handed to you that was on her person.
Right. Do you have any idea where this key might have belonged to? And I'll show her the silver key.
She'll lean in and hold her hand out for it. And examine it over and look at it quizzically and nod her head yes and says, I believe this is a key to our estate here, to the mansion.
Well,
to lock it on her way out.
you should keep it, lest a loose key fall into the hands of someone who you do not wish to enter your abode. That key should stay with you.
She nods her head and puts it with the rest of the things.
And
All right.
As I turn away, I will leave her. I'll make one last passing statement of, may your spirits linger on that waterfall once more. Good evening, madam.
In layman's terms, thank you very much for your kindness, and we hope you have a good day.
Me and Milo playing aside Mr. Pennington.
Oh boy!
Just beat the shit out of him, like just punch him repeatedly in the mouth.
Switch back to. All right.
All
right. He's looking angrily at you.
Mr. Pennington, or would you prefer us to call you Otto? What?
Why is he looking so angrily at us?
He's angry that you pulled him away from his grieving wife.
Mr. Pennington, it is quite important that you make your answers of a clear mind. I would incite that you calm yourself at this moment, as to not impair your judgment.
I am calm now.
I cast calm emotions on him.
Let's go.
All right.
Concentration.
Look at you.
I have nothing like this. I'm relying just on my pure gob.
It would be cool to play It would be cool to play a monk in this murder mystery and just punch the answers out of people.
I mean, you don't know what my.
They have to make a 14 charisma save.
Charisma save. Okay.
They can fail to throw. They can choose to fail it willingly.
Okay. I'm gonna roll this with my physical dice because I don't want you guys to know what I get for the bonuses and stuff like that.
He wants to be angry, though. That's what we know.
He wants to be angry, yeah. I'm sure.
That is that's a dirty 20.
Oof.
Okay. It fails them.
Does he know the
he knows you cast a spell on him, right?
Oh, does he know?
I don't think calm emotions. Do they know?
It doesn't state that they do know with calm emotions.
Usually will state they know that.
Calm emotions it's verbal and somatic.
If it's not stated, then you're
It's
good.
different to command, I think. Or certain person they know, but I don't think calm emotions.
Each humanoid in a 20-foot sphere centered on a point that you choose must make a charisma
Whoops.
saving throw.
Yeah,
Alright.
I forgot about that.
Milo already
Roll
is
me.
Everybody's
I choose to willingly fail because I know what this magic is.
I already am calm anyway, so
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel as well.
Yeah.
Alternatively,
yeah.
you can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is currently hostile towards.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I think
Anyways,
you would
it
want.
failed.
Yeah, right. Anyway.
Yeah.
I take out my flask and I offer it up to him. It's like, hey, look, I understand things are kind of a bit difficult, but do you maybe want something to kind of calm the nerves?
He'll take it from you and drink about half of it.
It's a very nice whiskey.
Please
Yeah.
understand, sir. This is all in the pursuit of truth and to solve a very heinous crime. We would appreciate 100% of your cooperation. With that being said,
He stops and hands the flask back and goes, I completely understand.
all right, now that that is out of the way, I would like to ask you a couple of questions about the murder of Elizabeth.
Yeah. What is it that you need me to tell
Yeah.
you?
So, it is to my understanding that she actually worked here. Is that correct?
Yes. He's gonna you're in the dining area, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna exasperatedly pull one of the chairs out and sit down and look at you. She did
Tobias
work
will sit
here.
down with them.
Okay. Was there anyone else who worked here or came and went from this house? Perhaps a son or another person of service like a butler?
He shakes his head no and says, no, they're just Elizabeth. We have no need for any servants really, but Jane wanted somebody to keep her company.
That is understandable. Well, my next question. Do you know of anyone who might have had it out to either hurt Jane, you, or Miss Elizabeth herself? Perhaps a targeted
Nobody.
strike.
Nobody is gonna hurt Jane. Nobody's gonna hurt Jane because they know that I protect her. And
That was
nobody would
not my
hurt Elizabeth.
question.
No.
Do you know if anybody was out to incite an emotional reaction out of you or your wife, using Elizabeth as a crux to poke holes and injure them emotionally?
I'm not 100% sure with what you're trying. Are you perhaps suggesting political adversaries? Because I don't have anybody that's nobody's running against me. Nobody's ran against me in years and years.
Well,
That little twit Nathaniel tried a few about 3 years ago, thinking because he runs the mine he can run things around here, but that fell
Tell me
flat.
more about Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, he owns the mana ore mine northeast of here. It's the main economic boon of our town, keeps us alive. Nathaniel, he tries to think himself a man of the people. He gets his hands dirty and will go in the mine himself, working it too. But he knows nothing of government, and that was quite obvious during the election. And
Good.
so
Yeah.
obvious indeed that he quit and stopped trying to go up against me.
That is a very interesting note I just thought of. But at this point, Malachi would enter the room because he is done with Jane.
So here's the thing. We found inside their house a letter. Someone who seemed to be infatuated with Miss Elizabeth, and I was wondering if perhaps you might have. I mean, I don't know how knowledgeable you are about the people in your town, but maybe if you heard rumors or any kind of like anybody who might have been I'm not a big fan of Elizabeth or her family, or maybe someone who perhaps was interested in Elizabeth.
No, nobody was against Elizabeth. No, if there was any sort of beef between people around here, I would have known. Small town gets round quickly. Elizabeth mostly kept to herself, quite honestly.
Did
But
Elizabeth have any sort of secret admirers? Perhaps potential love interests?
this is confidential, correct? You're not
Of
going to tell
course.
nobody I told you this?
Oh,
All
absolutely.
Confidential, 100%.
Yeah, around that same time, I was running against Nathaniel. We went out for a couple of drinks, and I drank him underneath the table. That poor son of a bitch. He spilled his guts. He was in love with Elizabeth, and uh, yeah, she's not into him though.
Would you say that
Um,
Nathaniel is a strong man?
No,
Hmm.
no, he's a scrawny little boy. He's strong. Don't get me wrong. He does not look it. He works in the mines all day. Well, not all day. Some of the days, but strong enough to work there. Not strong enough to
It's a fight, I
um,
do
say, right?
anything else.
question.
I
Here's
wouldn't think so.
a bit of you wouldn't. This is a bit of a reach question. Have you ever seen Nathaniel's handwriting before in
Any
any sort of formal?
maybe ordinances from the mine, shipping letters, that kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't point it out though. I don't pay
Uh,
attention to people's handwriting. What?
I know.
Understood.
Like I said, it was a far stretch. We found a note in the house, that we believe to be from someone who's a secret admirer, and we thought maybe since you've told us about this Nathaniel lad, we might be like maybe the handwriting matches. Um, where's Nathaniel? Where's his residence at? Like, or is he near the mines?
He lives right across the street, down south of here. I'll reveal it on the map, by the way.
Um, would you say he's a fan of the church?
What?
Is he a
What?
church? Is he a churchgoer?
Sorry, I didn't mean to start there for a sec. Is he a fan of the church?
A fan, a fan of the
Does he
church.
does he go to the church often? Is what I'm asking you. Or is he
Yeah.
is he a man of faith?
Yes. And I don't think that there's a single folk in town that doesn't attend church on the nondescript day of the week that we all attend church at.
You have to excuse my. I'm not from around here, so I don't know what you're like here. So, um,
No, it just was a weird way to phrase it. Got me. It's late. My apologies if I was a bit harsh.
look, we want to get this sorted just as much as you do. So, I mean, I don't have any other questions. I think I've gotten. I think I know where to go next. I would appreciate if you made yourselves available in case we do need you again. You've been very helpful, and I'm sure that myself and my fellow partners, and even your wife, will be happy with your cooperation. We want to stop this person as much as you do.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of a murderer being on the loose in my town. That's
Oh,
Well,
not.
no one should be.
Aside
I have
from
one more question for you.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about your church organization here and the one that they call St. Hugo?
We. What?
Your church in
We.
the town?
The church. Yeah. There's a sermon every week on the non-disclosed day of the week that
yeah,
Lance refuses
the
to
one
say.
where no one wants to talk about. Yeah,
The one that nobody wants to talk
it's
about.
like a thing around here where nobody wants to tell us the
Nobody wa-
day that they
nobody wants
attend
to
this
tell you the
church.
day.
Nobody wants to tell us.
And
It's kind of weird, anyway.
uh we we hear a sermon of our Lord, him and his plans for this world, and then we go about on our business. You can talk to Saint Hugo more if you want to more information about our religion?
No, not your religion. Just the people that are heading your church and your religious
Saint Hugo? Yeah.
towns. Which is all.
He is a very, very good guy. I appreciate him. He wants nothing more than for those of us to shut up.
He wants nothing more than you guys to shut up. That's an amazing bastard.
Sorry. That was just my immediate brain reaction.
I got it.
He wants nothing more for those of us here in this town to be safe.
Right.
Well, I appreciate you being so cooperative with us. I mean, I don't think there's any further questions we have, but like I said, it would be nice if you made yourselves available. And the minute we find out who this is, we will let you know. And I reach out my hand.
I want to observe his knuckles at all, if I'm able to, as he goes for like a handshake.
All right.
Yeah.
To see if they.
That was the reasoning. I was hoping somebody would do that.
To see if like there's any signs that his hands are sort of bruised or discolored or anything.
Yeah. You take a look at that. I'm not gonna make you roll anything. I'll just describe his hands because you're looking dead at it. They're sturdy hands. They've got ink stains on them from writing documents and things and letters and stuff. It's about it. They're strong. His handshake is strong. Good politician handshake.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would hope so.
Wouldn't you be creeped out if somebody went to shake your hand? They like took a good
they look over your
second to
hand.
look at it.
No.
Like,
It wasn't me. I was shaking his hand, and Tobias was checking it out.
oh, okay.
That's happened to
Still.
me several times, mostly because I normally have paint covered in my hand, like all over my hands, and people just stop and look at it, and I'm like, "Be gone!
Don't worry about it.
Bug off, creep!
Go away!"
I think I'll head out back towards James.
Mm-hmm.
I'll like. Are you still in the room with Jane, or have you kind of left the room?
I assume
Jane-
it's happening at the same time.
As soon as you guys would have let Jane go, she would have excused herself and made her way back up to the room in order to put those objects and things away.
I go up to James and I say, "Do you remember that piece of paper that we found inside the house? It was crumpled up.
Yeah, this one, and I still have that paper.
We will have a name."
Real quick, Lance.
Mhm.
I just want to. Am I able to decipher how fresh the ink is on his hands?
Ooh,
He has ink on his.
I mean, it's dry.
yeah.
Right.
It's dry.
It is
Stains.
dry.
There's a couple of different. There's black and then there's blue.
See, my thing is that it's dry, but who goes to sleep with dirty, inky hands? I don't know.
Go ahead and roll me investigation.
Sure,
He does.
Oh,
sure
This guy
you
does.
do a watch before going to bed. Aw.
9.
Also,
Ink.
if you're actually asking that question, Egon does that a lot. Too much ink.
Yeah.
Ink. You don't know. You
Well,
aren't able to tell.
apparently, according to Mr. Pennington, our dear Elizabeth, the secret admirer, is apparently a man named Nathaniel. He owns the mines here, and apparently, him and Nathaniel have been kind of competing to run this town, but apparently he's given up. But I think Nathaniel might be our next lead.
Possibly. I do think Nathaniel is a very, very solid lead. Although we still have to interview Melanie, no. Wouldn't you think?
I think, honestly, we've kind of done something similar. I think maybe this. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we should split up. Some of us
I
go
was
to
just
Nathaniel.
going to suggest the very same thing.
I agree. I think I should go to Nathaniel, seeing as I still hold this letter here, unless someone else feels that they'd be more suited.
I would happily go and chat with Melanie if you know, thing like I got the information.
As would I. I will accompany
I
you.
think I will go seek out Nathaniel.
What about you?
So
Looking between two groups.
If you
I'll
are
go
still
with.
interested in the sheriff, Egon, that is where we are headed, the sheriff's office.
His boots were too broken in. I'll go find Nathaniel.
so right, we'll meet back at outside the governor's house, with all the information that we get. Anybody needs anything? Is there any way that we can communicate with each other?
This
Let
shouldn't
me
take
see.
long. Just come
I
back
look
to the
through
sheriff's
my,
office after you're done talking with the boy.
I
Hold
look
on.
through my items, see what I
Egon,
have.
that little lizard. Can you speak to him?
Oh yeah, he can come find you.
Yeah, if you need us, send him to come find me.
That's a good idea.
Because he's been talking to me. I don't know if you've known. He's been communicating with me. I don't know if you've been aware of that. Seems quite fun to me. I like to think. Maybe he just wants a bit of my drink. I don't know.
A little puff of smoke.
Absolutely.
Damn, I don't have anything.
No,
I have
we
7
have.
matches and 16 inches of string. Will that help?
No. We just send a little dragon. We'll be at the sheriff's office.
If anything goes wrong, send your friend to the sheriff's office and we will know to arrive at Nathaniel's house right away.
Oh, I also show them where Nathaniel's house is because I was the only one who was told where that is.
Big ol' point. Big ol' point.
Yeah, I just go. Yeah, it's about right. It's somewhere over there.
It's not too far. All right, Tobias, Egon.
Let us go.
All
He
right.
starts
And
walking.
at this moment, do we want to take a break?
Oh,
Sure.
we can. Sure can.
Yes, we can take a break here.
Take a quick 10.
Yeah.
Those of us who need to get food.
Yep. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
How
I
big
want
of a break are we taking?
10?
Yep.
15?
Okay,
Yeah, we can
10.
take 10. We'll come back.
10, yeah.
About how much time do you think we got for this left?
Depends on how quickly you talk to people.
Okay.
Because you've got, you're going to go talk with Melanie, you're going to go talk with Nathaniel. Depending on what you discover from Nathaniel will depend on where you go to next and what your next plan of action is. And there's possibility that you go someplace else, or there's possibility that you go towards the finale. Depends on
Okay.
Who knows?
depends on what happens.
Who knows
I
at this
understand.
point?
The only reason I ask is because I have plans. I am going to be
I
going in
also have
about
plans.
I'm going to be going in about an hour
Okay.
to leave.
That should
So,
be. Do we want to take a 5-minute break then, instead of 10?
Yeah,
be
we'll
back.
take 5 real quick.
Mhm.
And I got
Take
an hour and a
5,
half left.
Who all? Does anybody need more than 5 minutes?
No.
No. Okay.
Shouldn't,
So
no.
Alright.
5 minutes. Come back. We'll try and keep any sort of thing quick.
Alrighty, and we're back after break.
Hey, okay. So, first, let's go to where the sheriff's office is with Miss Melanie. I know that Milo is entering. Who else is going? I forgot.
It's myself and Malachi.
Milo and Malachi. Got it. You guys enter the sheriff's office, and you can see sitting in the chair behind the office desk is Sheriff Michael Haynes. Yeah, something like that. Sheriff Haynes is sitting behind his desk, and Melanie is sitting in a chair, slumped over asleep. They're both asleep currently.
I just kind of like find like a doorway or a desk that I can like knock on to kind of like holster them asleep or make them like, I don't want to like yell or anything. I just kind of want to like gently wake them.
You make a soft knock, and they both stir and wake up. And Melanie turns to you and says, "You must be the investigators, correct? Can we get this over with, please? I'm tired. I really want to go home."
I'm really sorry to hear what happened. We'll be but a moment.
She nods.
And I reach out my hand and I say, my name is Milo Silhorn. This is my accomplice, Dr. Malachi Silvershire. And we're here just to,
she'll reach her hand out and shake it and say, "I'm Melanie Poole." Nods her head.
So we were told that that you were the person who discovered Elizabeth's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
I am.
Would you mind kind of retracing your steps of that of what happened? Because we were told very few bits of information. We were told that you were coming home from work and you found the body. So would you mind if that's all right, just kind of run through step by step?
Yeah, I'll run through it. I worked the late shift at the mines tonight. We got off at around 8 p.m. All of us went out for drinks and had ourselves a good time. A couple of people went home before me. I close out the bar most nights, and at 11 when Samantha kicked me out, I started to make my way home. I headed north, I think. I don't know. And I walked back to my house, and as I was almost there, I saw Elizabeth dead on her doorstep.
Just a quick question. When you left, if you can remember at all, did you go to the left or to the right of where the governor's house is?
I believe I went right. I believe so. I think so. Yeah.
And when you said that people left the bar before you, any particular people that you can remember?
My husband Jonathan, Jerry, Nathaniel, Toby, a couple of guys. Yeah.
And Elizabeth, basically, in her house when I was investigating, I was looking around and I found a note that I believe to be written by Nathaniel, expressing his love for Elizabeth. Yes.
Nathaniel? That's... Now she looks sad.
Can I insight check there? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you mind having
insights?
Would you mind having her read the note while I conduct my work?
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't actually have it. I specifically gave it to James.
Understood.
Yeah, with that insight check, you could tell that she was kind of like shocked by something, and then found it kind of humorous, and then was like, "Oh fuck, that's fucked up." That was a little fucked up.
Do you know Nathaniel well?
I mean, I know him. He's my boss. I work with him sometimes in the mines, but no, I avoid the guy.
Do you know if he's capable of casting magic?
No, 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 no. He may own a mana mine, but he got nothing to do with magic. Nobody around here but the saint knows magic.
Would you mind explaining to me what exactly the mana mine is? I'm not really well versed in that.
Well, you see, there's rocks in the ground that have magical potential stored within them. They kind of glow kind of blue, uh, soft light, not enough to see with, but enough to know it's there. When you break it down in like a factory and stuff, it can be processed into arcane recoveries.
Hmm. Hey, and these has anybody tried to misuse them, or are there any side effects of being around it for a long period of time?
I mean, if you end up setting some off, it can be really bad. You can get real bad mana burns. That's the most dangerous part of the job, is any sort of outbreak of any sort of potential magical energy causing an outburst and killing some people. There was a really bad outburst back long while ago, and they stopped letting anybody with any sort of magical potential work in the mines. That's why there's not really much magic around these parts, because it can be real dangerous.
I kind of turn to Malachi and I say, "Is there any- I don't know if there's anything that we're going to get out of it. I mean, unless you have anything you particularly want to do." Maybe you question her. Maybe she. I don't know. Maybe you might figure out something I'm not picking up. But she found the body. Doesn't seem like. I mean, it adds up. If Nathaniel left the bar before she did, it makes sense that he would have time to get up to Elizabeth's house, do something, and have enough time to get away without anybody realizing.
That would not explain how the crumpled note got into our house. With the door,
Like I said,
being
maybe he
only
maybe he
slightly
entered through the
opened.
back door.
This Nathaniel individual might be our one obstacle we must mentally overcome. I believe we have two locations in question now we must rule out before bringing Nathaniel for interrogation. The mine.
What are you thinking?
The mine and the church.
Is that something that we should go by ourselves, or should we wait until after?
You may wait here if you wish. We can all go to the mine. The church is not that far. Do you know if Saint has his church doors open 24 hours?
Saint Hugo? Yeah, typically. I don't even know if that man sleeps. He always seems like he's working for good.
Could you describe this Saint Hugo for me? How long has he been in service, and how long has he been in this town? For as long as you can remember, assumingly?
Yeah, as long as I can remember, since I was a little girl at the very least. I don't think we've had a different saint in town in a long time. You see, we all follow him because he's blessed. He's a devout follower, a herald.
A man of the divine. I understand. One last question. One note out of something that I might perceive right now. Is she wearing her work uniform?
She is, yes.
This your work uniform and your work boots, miss?
Yeah.
May I see the bottoms of your feet? We are investigating tracks.
I'm not even gonna make you roll for this. This is the bottom, the traction, the grip is the same type of grip pattern of those that were on the front
But
doorstep.
a woman's shoe size.
But a
So,
woman's
yeah,
shoe
so
size,
smaller.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Upon that, because that's something. So, if Milo sees this, he's going to take out his notepad, go to the very first note he made of the shoes. He's going to go. Everybody wears these boots when they work in the mines, correct?
Yeah.
And nobody else in the town would wear boots similar to that.
I don't see why they would,
That's all we need.
unless somebody's husband or wife decide to put their shoes on. But that's stupid.
To let you be aware, we have very distinct boot tracks leading up to the doorstep of Miss Elizabeth's house.
You can see as a shiver kind of runs down her spine, and she looks rather uncomfortable knowing that.
Roughly a size 10 or an 11 males.
Okay.
You wouldn't perchance know of anybody who particularly wore a size 10.
I cast immediately Detect Thoughts again as a second level spell to see if she thinks of any names.
She's thinking, she's going through a list of names, and like thinking, and is like, how big are their feet? And then realizing that she doesn't actually know any of their shoe sizes except for her husband's, and that's it. And she's like, no, I don't know their shoe sizes.
Well, you said your husband also works in the mine, correct?
Jonathan, yeah.
Well,
you said did he leave before you did?
Yeah. He went home a little bit early. He was tired.
Understood. All right. Well,
I want to say things, but I can't because I'm not there.
I really want to
Yes.
say things too, man. Like,
well,
I think everything's coming together.
I'd say it's drifting farther apart.
This is my last question, and then I'll leave you be.
More questions.
Were you and Elizabeth close in any way?
I still have Detect Thoughts up.
No, not particularly close. We're neighbors, so we had dinner a few times together. And you can feel her remembering happy times with Elizabeth, but and then it goes sad and realizing that she didn't know her as well as she wished. And no, not very close.
Well, again, we are very sorry for your loss, and I think we got everything we need. I hope you I wish you all the best, honestly.
Thank you. And Sheriff will stand up and say, Melanie, you can go home now. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I assume you guys make your way out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys head for the church now, or are you going to wait for the rest of the group?
I think
Let us meet
Milo
with the others first.
Milo wants to head back because Milo is more arrows are pointing towards him, but Jonathan's a question mark in his head. But he's gonna head back to Nathaniel.
All right, so we'll flip back to the scene with Nathaniel. You make your way to his house, which is a bit larger than the other houses, not nearing the mansion, the governor's mansion, but definitely a nicer house. He's got more money than the rest of the people in town because he owns the mine. You knock on the door, and
I wanted to say before we get there, I wanted to
Mhm.
talk on the way there. Tobias, hey going.
Yes, what is it?
The likelihood of this man being our boy. What are you thinking?
I think it could be quite likely given the evidence that we have gathered so far. But there is something else at play. Is always a possibility.
I do have an idea. Can you read thoughts like the other guy?
I cannot probe people's thoughts. I
Hmm.
can open up a telepathic link between two.
Unfortunate. Because I could have disguised myself as a lady, and as soon as he sees her, we could have detected his thoughts.
Yes, well,
I can do it a couple times, but
we'll keep that in mind. I don't want to spook anybody or make any
Dirty
suspect.
tricks.
Oh,
Dirty
that's kind of the
tricks.
point.
Dirty tricks. Do it.
Well, to be fair, no one yet knows of her murder.
That is true.
except for the murderer.
It could work. On the other hand, it could, just to play devil's advocate here, it could backfire and he could withhold information.
It's true.
It is a very strong possibility. I say we save it for a last-ditch effort.
I agree. I do like the idea, but I think we should save it when we know for a fact that this is our killer.
All right.
All right. We'll go ahead and with that, I guess.
I have a weird wild card. But I'm gonna save it for later, and it's not magic.
All right. Well, you guys get to there, you knock on the door, and you hear shuffling and stuff like that. Nathaniel comes and opens the door. It's a young man. He's got blonde hair, wearing a loose linen shirt, and he's looking at you guys with bleary eyes, and kind of a grumpy scowl. He's a small kid, like strong but small, and he looks up to most of you and is like, "Now, what can I do for you? What are you doing at my house at this hour of the night? What the hell?"
Daniel, this is my name is James Withlow. I am the deputy down the river here.
Why are y'all here? What?
These are my, oh, well,
We are here on assignment.
yes. This is
While they are talking to him, can Leth, my pseudo dragon, make a perception check for like the smell of alcohol?
Yeah.
Because of the pseudo dragon thing, they what's it called? Keen senses.
Since it's advantage on perception on smelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I want to examine his clothes to see if they look dirty in any way.
You're examining a miner's
that's
clothes
a
to see if
non-natural
it's
20.
dirty.
Well,
Yeah,
dirty
you
with
can-
mud, dummy.
You can tell that there is a smell of alcohol on his breath. He looks like he changed, so he's not in any sort of mining uniform, and it's
That's something a murderer would do.
He looks to the group of you and like, "What are y'all doing here? What?"
We're here on an
We've
investigation.
come to ask you a couple of questions.
Shoot, bro, shoot.
Would you mind if we step inside?
I mean, I don't really know y'all, but yeah, sure, whatever, I guess.
We're working with
He'll
the chief.
open up the door and kind of stumble his way back into the house and kind of gesture into a lounge area and sits down, just kind of flops down more than anything and looks at you guys.
Before we start, I'd like to ask you a couple questions, just preliminary. Are you of able mind and body at this moment?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All
I'm
right.
fine.
And that's all I wanted to know. Tobias,
All right.
if you want to start, you're more than welcome to.
Well, tonight, Elizabeth.
What's her last name? we know her last name?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Tonight, there has been a murder of one Elizabeth Taylor.
He shoots up and he goes, "A murder? Elizabeth?"
May I insert that?
Yeah.
I'd also like to
Please.
insert that.
You finally did it before
Yeah.
Eggy for wowie.
All right.
Yeah. Is that a 16 or is that a nat 20?
If he's helping me, it could be a nat 20 since we're both doing.
I did roll my own. I mean,
16.
16? Yeah. He seems... He definitely seems genuinely shocked.
Okay.
And he kind of shakes his head and now looks really upset and gets quiet and leans forward and places his hand over his mouth, and you can kind of see as tears are welling up in his eyes, and he turns to you and goes, Who killed her?"
Well, we are still looking into that matter. We have come here to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah. Ask me anything you need.
I believe that Scorchy has, or not Scorchy, but James
That's the
has
love letter.
has the love letter from an admirer.
I want to ask, do you...
I gesture to him.
Yes. Before I get to that, Tobias, I know what you're talking about, but I have one other question. You are affiliated with a very well-known church here, correct?
The church? Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
Oh, humor me. What are your connections with the priest there?
I mean, he's my priest. That's about it.
You know
He
each
kind
other.
of keeps to himself.
You don't know each other in any formal matter, or any.
No, I donate. I donate to the church. I donate a little bit more than those in town. So like, he's more privy, I guess, to talking with me if I need to talk about anything. But for the most part, I don't bother him with nothing.
At that answer, Egon would roll his eyes.
All right. So moving on, and I pull out the letter. And I hesitate. Could you do me a favor?
Yeah, what?
Do you have a piece of scratch paper somewhere around?
He'll kind of stand up and rifle through some stuff and grab out some paper, and he's like, you need paper? You want a pen too?
And no, that's all right. And I take my own pen and hand it to him. Why don't you go ahead? Could you write your name and a short sentence there on that piece of paper?
He writes, he kind of grumbles to himself, and he takes the pen out and he starts writing, and he goes, Nathaniel, Kane.
I want to
Why
make
the fuck are you
sure.
having me write this out on this?
I want to make sure that he's writing it as he would be normally. Would I be able to tell if he's like changing up his writing pattern
he's
at all?
just he looks like he does not care and looks like he is
of
confused.
my time, apparently.
Yeah, why the fuck am I writing on paper right now?
I think you can assume what I'm doing.
Oh, you're gonna
Mhm.
compare handwriting without
Yeah, it's
outright
the
asking
same.
him. Got it.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
want to
the
invade
same.
people's private life. I understand. That's one way of going about it.
Sir, we found this letter. Thank you, by the way, for humoring me. I'll get to the point now. We found this letter inside dear Elizabeth Taylor's house, crumpled up. And it seems to currently match your handwriting. It seems to be
His face flushes
feel-
bright red.
knowing that you have such strong feelings for Miss Taylor, I want to know exactly from your perspective how strongly you feel about her.
Well, I think you read my letter, so I don't think that I need to deliberate on that.
In your letter, you apologize. What are you apologizing for? Go on. Speak. It's all right.
Speak. It's all right. I'm not creepy at all. Talk to me.
Give me your information.
Give me your information, or else I autopsy you.
He kind of looks at you and is like,
Like
Or else I
a
autopsy
70-year-old man asking you, tell me how you feel about this woman.
and he says, "I'm sorry for bothering her and wasting her time."
I want to insight check him.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I was right. Just letting you know Malachi was right. I knew it wasn't Nathaniel.
Oh,
So-
it gets deeper
So-
and deeper.
Yeah.
It could be not. It could be Nathaniel. It could not be. It's probably not Nathaniel.
So an
Now-
11.
Yeah.
I think I know what happened, and I won't say it until Malachi gets there and says it in character, but I think I know exactly what happened.
I have a feeling I know what happened.
I do too.
Yeah. Anyway,
So Tots an 11. Yeah, that seems, you can't tell if he's lying or not, but
Yeah.
seems genuine.
so
I'm gonna reach out my old bony wrinkly hands.
Okay.
Here, give me your hand.
He looks at you, very confused, and holds his hand out.
It's all
Not
right.
going to lie, I thought you were going to say, "Give me a kiss."
give me a kiss, boy.
Kiss
be-
No.
I want to examine like the complexion of his hand, if his hands are rough or dirtied.
They're rough and dirty. They're mine hands. They're mining hands, so they are calloused and worked.
Do I get anything else off of them at all, or is that they're kind of calloused and
Check
worked?
underneath them
Callous
goddamn
and
nails. No, I'm just kidding,
Worked.
don't do that.
They've got dirt under the nails. They've got ink.
Uh.
Is kind of splattered on a couple of his fingers where he may have ran his hand through some ledgers that he was writing or something, and the other ink under
Ink
his
on his
nails.
hands. How fresh does the ink look? I'm curious.
It looks like he wrote something,
Like 10
Right.
seconds
Like a
ago.
love letter,
Like-
apparently.
like maybe a love letter, or
The
also
thing
he's
is,
a
His
businessman and
name.
does stuff. Nathaniel Kane.
Yeah,
Nathaniel,
No,
there's got to be
Oh.
something to the ink on the hands. I'm just saying. Potential.
when did
I
you
do
write?
want.
letter?
Yeah, Egon would have a question for him, and it
Mhm.
would be, what do you mine, and what kind of, what can it be used for, basically?
The mines.
He personally hasn't seen anything like this.
The mines, you probably have heard of mana ore mines. They're decently frequent around this part of the world area. There's different veins and stuff like that, but
Okay.
he'll humor you, humor you. The mines, they're mana ore mines. We pull up the ore from the ground. You know, it stores magic potential energy, so it can be used for basically anything. Some spellcasters use it to boost their magic. Some use it to power different machines and mechanisms. I've known a couple of people to make some pretty interesting inventions. That the trains run on mana ore sometimes. Gives it a bit of a boost occasionally. It's
No.
it's like the typical fuel of oil and coal, except for got some magical potential to it. So
Now,
only
like
wizards
most
can work it
fuels,
proper.
how volatile is it?
It's decently volatile. We don't let anybody that has any sort of magical capabilities work in the mines, just in case, because any sort of magical spark and that whole place is up in mana flames.
And bang, I'm gonna snap my fingers and cast minor illusion and make a pop sound and
He
a spark.
jumps. He throws himself back. That's not funny.
Mr. Nathaniel Kane.
That's not funny. That's my whole livelihood up in flames. If that goes up in flames, that
Egon's gonna laugh at him
Mr.
regardless.
Mr. Nathaniel Kane,
yes.
where were you last night, might I ask you?
Last night, I was at the Moon Dust Saloon. Me and a couple of the other workers had some drinks, and and then I
Who
left a
else was
little
with you?
early. Melanie and her husband, I think. I think Jerry, Toby, maybe one or two of the other guys. I don't know. Can I be honest with you? I say I know them well, but I do not care. I don't like working in the mines. I just do it to save face.
Do you have any idea of anyone else who might have had some sort of fixation on Elizabeth?
He kind of flinches at the statement of fixation and shakes his head. No, no, nobody that I could think of.
Might I
Not that
ask
I knew
you
of.
a personal question?
Yeah,
You're quite close to the church, are you not?
yeah, I am.
The manor ore that you mine, do you supply any of it to Saint Hugo? Just out of
No,
curiosity.
no, his power doesn't come from our world. He doesn't need any of that. His power comes from above, from him.
From above.
Yeah, from him.
The Lord.
I've heard a lot of talk of
I'm
this.
gonna insight check that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard while that's happening. I've heard a lot of talk.
22.
Yeah. From what he believes, yeah, he's telling the truth.
Okay.
If sorry, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second.
Does this priest drink at all? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't think so. But I don't know what he does on his own. Is his own personal fucking business.
Does
Do
he
you-
summon demons?
Demons?
He asked that a straight up question. I know I'm smiling, but he does not.
He shakes his head. I don't think he summons demons.
Hmm.
Do you I hear mention of this the one and the God and everything, but I've never heard a name be called before.
He doesn't have one.
Simply put, God.
Hmm.
That
He
is
doesn't
all.
have one, or you're afraid of it.
He doesn't have one.
All right. Interesting.
And you are certain this is divine energy you've seen. I know you're
Yeah.
not magically inclined, but I just
Well,
wanted.
I mean, it's a little spooky, but yeah.
Mr. Kane,
Yeah.
people knew that you were quite close with Elizabeth, or at least that you floundered after her
Mm,
in a loving manner.
I
Is that
assumed you
right?
talked with Otto then, and Otto spilled my secret.
Is it true, though?
Yes.
You wish to have loved her.
Yes.
Who here knew that?
Just Otto.
Mm,
Just Otto.
very interesting. Do you know if there's anybody that has sour feelings towards Mr. Otto or yourself that could use Elizabeth as a sort of crux to hurt them emotionally?
I don't know. I mean, if I was really smart and I played dirty, maybe me, but no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't manipulate Elizabeth to hurt him. I don't even think he cares about Elizabeth. I don't think he likes her at all. From what I heard from the rumors, it was Jane that wanted a servant, wanted somebody to work. I don't think Otto wanted anybody else in the house.
Interesting.
I may not like Otto for my own personal reasons, but I don't like the way that he treats his wife. I don't like that.
How would that be? How does he treat her?
Like an object. Like she doesn't matter. Like her opinion doesn't matter. Like she's just a pretty arm piece for him. Makes me mad. Because Jane, she's a gorgeous woman. I don't tell Otto that I said that because he would get very angry.
Would
But
he kill you?
Does he have a sort of anger problem?
Otto, angry? Have you met the man? He gets angry constantly.
I touched his clock.
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea, my man.
I touched
Well,
his
if it'll
clock.
bait him into trying to kill me, then he definitely killed her.
Certainly... What?
If he's gonna kill me for touching his clock, then he definitely killed the lady.
Oh,
Especially if he found out other
I
things.
cannot come to any conclusions yet, but I do think I have the information that I want. Mr. James, is there anything else that you'd like to ask Mr. Caden while we're here?
He just stares at Nathaniel. Ask him his boots. You said you apologize for getting in the way in your letter. Getting in the way of
Something
what, perhaps, might I ask?
I wasn't referring to anything specific, if that's what you're implying. I know that she was not willing to reciprocate any sort of romantic feelings, and I realized that my attempts of courtship were just a waste of her time, and I felt bad about that.
Right.
Can I make an Arcana check? Just to kind of pair my own knowledge of magic and necrotic damage.
Yeah.
22.
Arcana. Okay. Yeah. You know that, like, obviously necromantic magic isn't super common, and typically is pretty taboo and pretty looked down upon. And so even if you are a spellcaster, typically, like, if you're dealing with any sort of necrotic damage, people around you go, that's not necessarily great.
I more along the lines mean, could I put together knowledge from the past that clerics have spells that can deal necrotic damage?
Do clerics have spells? Do clerics have necrotic spells? Hold on, let me check that.
Oh, they totally do.
They
Absolutely.
do? Yeah.
Yeah, they
then-
like inflict wounds and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
inflict wounds. They do. Yes.
Yeah, I want to ask Nathaniel another question, actually.
Mr.
Okay, yeah.
Nathaniel, has there been any problem with plague or pestilence in your area as of late?
What do you mean?
Upon Elizabeth Taylor's body, I discovered signs of necrosis. A very horrible, terrible way to go, but it did not seem like it was the direct cause of her death. I'm curious about the St. Hugo fellow that you talk about. He has access to divine powers, but I'm
Yeah.
really curious. Have you had any trouble with plague in
No-
this town of
no.
yours?
No, no, we haven't.
Interesting. I'll make sure to note that down. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Nathaniel.
Yeah.
I believe I have someone I need to go talk to.
And I'll pardon myself. I'll bow to him.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for being very cooperative, and sorry to embarrass you in any type. If I were to say anything, I'd say that you at least know what you did, but life happens. Best we
He
move.
kind of nods.
Good day.
As you guys go to leave, can you roll me a perception check?
Sure.
All three of them.
Damn, that really sucks.
I got 4.
Oh,
There
not
it is,
20
there it
from
is.
Rattlesnake James Whitlow.
James, as you're walking out, you do see a pair of boots sitting by the door. They look like work boots of sorts.
Hey, Egon. I'll pause for a second. One last thing, Nathaniel. Do you mind if I take a look at your boots here?
He's sitting down, and he's got his hand over his mouth and sitting and looking very sad and retrospective, and just kind of gestures and goes, "Yeah, whatever."
Much obliged. Egon, well, I noticed you were looking at the boots in front of the house. Why don't you take a look at these here really fast for me?
I assume it's an investigation check.
I'm not gonna make you roll for it. It's a size 10 boot with the zigzag pattern on the bottom.
Hmm.
Egon the boot expert.
Egon the boot expert.
You see this bias?
It doesn't tell us very much, though.
No.
Also, I'd like to ask him how many. Before we leave, like to ask Nate how many people work in the mine.
He'll give you the response of how many people work in the mine. I don't have it off the top of my
Is
head.
it a
Sorry.
lot?
It's a good amount of people. This is a small town, but small towns normally like 200, 300 people ish.
Right. That's kind of my
So-
point. Is that
We got
a
like
lot
what,
of
a
people
dozen
have
people.
these boots?
Yeah, a good amount of people have the boots. Yes.
So, if it is someone else nodding towards the direction of the church, what's the likelihood that he could have just borrowed somebody's boots?
I mean, yeah.
That's my thinking.
It's a good question, you know.
I mean, it's
Maybe,
just
maybe it is
extra.
this guy. Maybe it is this guy. But
I'm thinking that since there were signs of necrosis on the body, but he is not exactly in the know about any sort of plague, it could be a possibility that the church is involved.
All right. So as you guys leave Nathaniel's house, you see the rest of your party of Milo and friggin'
Malachi.
Malachi. I keep wanting to say Malcolm for some reason.
That can be my middle name, sure.
Milo and Malachi, and you guys meet up. I assume you exchange all of this information that you've now gathered.
Correct.
Yes.
My
Yeah.
first instance would be like, as I arrive, you're about to say something. As soon as you open your mouth, I go, I know Nathaniel is innocent. It's all right.
Hmm.
But please, humor me of what
It
you
is
found.
still up in the air. There were size 10 boots at his house.
Same print.
Just because he
Same print.
approached, that is why there is a letter in his handwriting at that estate. He had to have hand-delivered it to the place himself. And I look Nathaniel dead in the eyes as I just don't even introduce myself. I'm assuming you hand-delivered that note yourself. Tried to be brave about it, I'm assuming.
He was at the door in order to close it and just kind of looks at you and nods his head. Yeah, I left the bar early to deliver the letter before I headed home. Dropped it
There's
through
your
the mail
boot
slot.
track investigation. Now, you may
the
be free to
DM
go.
tried to frame him with the perception check.
So I've been walking with you this whole time, and you've not said a goddamn thing to me. What kind of case are you cracking open in your head?
It takes a long time for me to think things through 100%, but
We'll spit it out.
I get a lot of things paid by the hour to think. Let us walk and
It's
talk.
always the cleric.
We must walk and talk. Come, come.
I just follow him.
I start walking with him.
Did you know that the town is not aware of any plague? But there
I'm-
were signs of necrosis on the body.
Yes, and I am also aware that any natural magic user that can take these mana crystals in for themselves could have adverse or side effect reactions, yet we haven't asked the most important question. Was Elizabeth a spellcaster herself?
It is something that is up for question.
What does that have to do with
Who
anything?
do we ask?
There is one last
what-
thing that we haven't considered, everyone. Now we must calmly approach this.
Suppose we haven't asked if she worked in the mine either.
No, she worked as a maid.
As a maid.
Right. I
All right,
forgot about that.
Malachi. What are you thinking?
Spit it out.
I'm
This is a
thinking that
magic
this might be some sort of magical side effect. The boot tracks behind her house that you mentioned. Someone doesn't just up and disappear without leaving a trace. Either one of two scenarios must have happened if it is coming from the church. Either it's something that this priest is doing of his own, or of his own creation, accord, or hand, or someone has the ability to fly.
That is the conclusion I was coming to as well.
So we're
I
gonna go
believe
talk.
that the priest is a prime suspect in my eyes.
So we're all on the same page that this priest fella is pretty suspicious.
We could do the Bugs Bunny thing.
I was
But what
already
motive?
going to do just that. And I
But
am
what motive would he have?
for a brief moment, I'm going to use my changeling and biologically change myself to look like Elizabeth.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. And you guys are approaching the church, correct?
Allow
Yes.
me to...
I will keep Malachi behind me. I will not have Elizabeth on show. It's more of like a surprise.
Somebody
Or-
should follow me to the back door if there is one.
All right, okay, you're gonna go with Egon.
When you get within like 10 feet of the door, the door's just two large wooden doors that look very heavy. They swing open outwards slowly.
How more guilty could
There
that
is
look?
there is one last thing I would like to do. Who is entering the front door with me?
I was gonna say real quick, sorry, Milo, if you want to go back there, I honestly prefer to be in the front with the priest where there might be danger.
I'm gonna enter the front door with you. This faces down as Dr. Bros.
I have a spell that I'm going to cast for the one. I prefer one other person to go with me. The rest can hang back because I'm going to make the one other person with me invisible.
That can be me. If you make me invisible, I could do some crazy shit.
I am going to walk in looking as like Elizabeth the best I can, and I'm going to cast invisibility on Tobias, and it looks like I'm walking in alone.
All right.
Invisible.
You walk
Master.
in to this church. All of it is dark mahogany, almost black.
Remember, I'm
pillars-
circling around back looking for any back doors,
As am
as
I.
well as Milo.
I will first describe their entrance. You can see as there's large columns that reach up towards the ceiling with dark stained glass windows.
I get to target one
they
additional
look
creature.
less to let light in and more to display the works of art that are there. There's nothing we know. Most of us are probably more common with the like Christian depictions where it's like, yes, Jesus and Mary and stuff like that. These are not the classic those. They're not icons. Like there's a certain specific
Idols.
historical architectural word for it. I can't say it currently, but it's not the typical ones that you would see. It's more abstract. There's not like scenes that are shown. It's different.
These doors opened up.
Somebody
ominously?
roll me an Arcana check.
I'm not too good at Arcana.
I am proficient.
These doors open on their own to us.
Mm-hmm.
Sketchy.
That is
Super
a
sketchy.
19 on the Arcana check. Oh, another 19.
That is also
Let's
19
go.
from
me.
Yeah, you can tell that each of these different displays are of the different planes of existence. There's one of the material, one of the thing. What are the list of the plane?
The elemental plane,
the
elemental,
aerial,
pandemonium,
transitive, inner,
Feywild.
outer. Like there's so many, and some of them are up displayed here. And as you walk in through pew by pew of these mahogany pews, row by row of the mahogany pews, you can see as there are two people standing near the altar at the front, where Elizabeth's body, what you assume to be Elizabeth's body, has a white cloth draped over it currently, as there is one individual who looks
solved it.
there's one individual who looks younger, who is preparing things for a ritual, going about doing that, and there is an older man with wearing all black. He's got deep set wrinkles and a tired looking face, and he turns and looks at Malachi and gives a wide smile and says, "Well, hello there, Malachi. Who else is standing next to you again?"
Bias.
An invisible Tobias.
And hello there, Tobias. It's good to see you. Good to see you both.
Can't
where are the rest
see
of your
him.
group?
He has he has true sight.
Like,
Oh,
Motherfucker.
There
demons
is
have
no
that.
point to hide then.
What can I
Hello,
do to help?
Also, James is
Saint
there as well.
Hugo.
Oh, James is also there. Hello,
Yeah.
James.
I was waiting at the door. I was trying to say that earlier. Yeah.
So, this is what it all comes down to. A self-proclaimed saint casting dark rituals.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
And
What
this
can I
is
do
when
to
the
help you?
adventuring party jumps to conclusions, and many, many, many people die.
Yeah, we don't have hard evidence yet. We have to question about the tracks
damn
leading
it.
to the back of her
We don't.
house.
How does he know our names though?
Yeah. How
Even clearly.
Sketchy.
I like how you guys have like revealed that me and Egon are still running around. I'd be like, we're gonna fucking get him. They're not gonna know he's coming. I'm so good.
How do you know our names there, sir?
The sheriff told me. He came by in order to inform me that Elizabeth Taylor needed burial rights. Yes?
Quality.
I can't say anything about this.
I'm not going to insight.
Really quickly jumping back to you, Egon, by the way. There are no back entrances. You circle around and you look around and there's no other entrance.
Is there a second story?
There is not.
I guess we better go back and enter the front
Me
door.
being
Is
a
there
cleric
not?
myself, and one of a plague doctor, I assume I would know about burial and burial rites and such.
You would know about your burial rights, but this is very obviously not the same.
Yeah.
This is
Same
vastly
faith.
different than mine, right?
Yes. And you are not like roll me an Arcana check actually.
Sure.
So one more question. So there isn't a
13.
second story, but is there a bell tower of some sort?
There is a steeple, yeah.
Okay. Is there like a way to get in up there?
No, not really. It's mostly just more stained glass windows and of the such.
So yes, but there's glass in the
But-
way.
Yeah, there's glass in the way. You'd have to break glass. Not really an entrance.
Oh, that's a cooler entrance. What are you talking
So,
about?
what is the
Not
meaning
an
of
easy
this? Sheriff,
So really quickly, the arcana check. This is not divine magic.
It's not divine magic.
It's not divine magic. I didn't mean to say not.
It's demon magic.
It
Been
is.
saying it the whole time.
You do not get a clerical or a divine sort of thing.
your sight, it is very true. You could see me
Yes.
even while I was invisible.
Yes. Indeed.
That is a peculiar magic.
Gives you a smile.
You are a cleric? Of which domain?
I am not a cleric.
Interesting. What are you?
I am a warlock.
Hmm. Who is your patron?
Cleric of a dead god.
Would have thought you would have caught on to that by now. You're a smart man, Tobias. Him. He is my patron.
There's something fishy about this. I'm gonna insight check that, like,
Go ahead, yeah.
because my big dumb real brain is trying hard to process what that means.
You don't think he's being completely like straight up with you.
Oh, he's so
So-
creepy about it though.
Considering we couldn't find any back entrances or anything like that, would we be able to have gone back to the front?
Yes. With
Yeah,
this
myself,
inside.
gun.
At this point, Malachi
You know,
would
so
shift
we're gonna walk
around.
closer.
Malachi's going to shift into several different forms. Some of them are different patients that he's had, and he'll just go into his normal appearance and say, It's odd that tracks leading from this general direction wound up towards Elizabeth House and magically stopped. Do you have the capability of
peculiar.
teleportation or flight, sir?
I could Misty Step, but
That is quite
I did
Oh,
not
because
do that.
Misty Step was fucking 30 feet.
It
Oh
is.
my god.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to say that one.
Yep.
From the
That's why I
house.
said. That's why I say teleportation or flight.
Oh
At
my
this
god.
moment,
He's gonna start walking closer. He's gonna start getting closer to this man.
Okay.
And he's like,
Well-
As you do that, I will say that this is when Egon and Milo would enter, and he just turns to
Oh,
the two of
I
you.
wouldn't
and
have
goes,
entered.
Oh,
I
okay.
wouldn't have entered.
You would
I
not have
want
entered.
to. I want
But
to
are you
stealth.
visible?
I want to stealth, and I want to look in.
Okay.
Oh, nat one.
One.
That is unfortunate. But
You've got a pew blocking your view.
Oh.
But
Well,
do you
I
step
mean-
over the threshold?
yeah.
Okay. As the two of you step over the threshold, he'll divert his attention to the two of you and smile and go, "Hello there,
I want a religion check,
Milo?
please.
Egon.
this is
Go ahead.
Does-
Go ahead."
this is creepy.
27.
Yeah,
I'll
this is
do a religion check.
this is the religion. It doesn't really have a name. It's just known as the church. They worship him. They
But
keep
is it a cult? Is what I really
Is
want
it
to know.
sinister?
So, isn't all religion really a cult?
Yeah.
It is.
But
Yeah.
is it a
But-
bad cult?
Is this in
No.
a
This-
cult?
This religion that you know of, it's there are few and far between where it's set up in places, small towns like this mostly, places that there's not a lot of magic and stuff like that. They are small, and for the most part they are benign.
I'm gonna get really close to him in the body. Does he have any
Okay.
sort of reaction as I get much closer?
No, it's rather unsettling. He's just staring up at you.
Hmm.
He's a
Well,
rather short old man as well.
Surely you would appreciate the help of a cleric to help prepare funeral rites.
That-
Tell me, have you notified her family?
No, I have not yet, and your assistance, while as appreciated, will not be necessary. Your
I
job tonight is much
insist.
more important.
I need to take a closer look at the body anyways. So I insist.
You already have all of the information that you need.
So
I don't think I do.
big
I'm
question.
gonna get much closer to the body, and I'm gonna start examining the body once again.
Yeah, as you do that, he'll gesture to it and go, "You are allowed to examine it all you wish. Please
Sure.
don't damage it, however."
Oh, damn
I
it,
would-
you son of a bitch. What?
What's the question that you were asking?
Don't damage it.
Okay.
Is this a reason why I do not see a graveyard outside the church?
There is a graveyard outside the church.
What is your purpose?
You're blind, Malachi.
They didn't
You are- are you
specify
blind?
that
Just
there was a
getting to you.
wasn't
I
a
know, I
graveyard. Yeah.
I didn't mention it, but if
Um,
you look here on the map, I forgot.
Oh,
to
is that
mention
is
the
it
graveyard.
the tree?
Yeah, that
in
tree.
the-
that little
So-
patch?
Oh.
Okay, real quick, guys, real quick. I have to go really soon, so this is what I'm gonna do. As I help prepare the body, I want to cast Speak with Dead once again.
Okay, go ahead.
So I want to take out incense. I want to burn it.
Mhm.
During this, once it comes to the part where I can speak with them, I'd like to speak with them telepathically.
I
Instead of
would say that that it just is telepathic because you get it through suggestions and emotions instead of like yes and no's and answers and
Mhm.
words. So no worries about that.
Okay. And you know what? Can I speak with it?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Here comes my 5 questions.
Mhm.
I'm gonna speak
We're-
telepathically with Malachi to see if he has any better questions I could ask.
Sure, mind link with me.
I might link with him real quick.
I am conducting a ritual. I must ask 5 questions. Is there anything that you can think of to ask her?
Was she a regular churchgoer, for one? Or spoke
Were
out
you a
against the
regular
religion?
churchgoer?
Yes.
Did you ever speak out against the religion here?
No.
Was she a
Two.
spellcaster?
Are you innate in magic?
No.
Are you magically inclined? Okay.
Okay, we got 2 left.
Are you magically inclined?
Was that a no or a yes? I missed
That was
it.
a no.
It was a no.
The presence of this man who is preparing your funeral rites. Is it familiar in a sinister way?
No.
Good take on there.
No, I trust him.
Hmm. One more question. I'm gonna telepathically link with anybody else in the room to see if they have any questions they want to ask.
Oh God. It doesn't make sense for him to. They're so. Oh. Did this dude kill you? Did this weird guy who can message? Did he fucking kill you?
Can't.
No. Do you remember hearing any speaking moments before your death?
Hold
Like
on.
a verbal component.
Correct.
No, wait. Before that gets answered,
I-
should we ask if she knows if it was male or female?
We already asked, do you remember seeing anyone who killed you? They don't recollect the visual description.
Yeah.
No,
They
we
didn't-
asked. We
Do
asked.
you know
if,
who killed you?
right.
We
And
never
it said
asked
that
if
they
it was
were
male
not
or
sure.
female.
We know that it is a who because there was
Maybe female or female.
I could ask it about the plague.
I had a question.
I don't think it's a plague.
the feet thing, the boots in the back, were they the same pattern as the work boots?
It was dragged pattern, shuffled feet, no pattern, and indescript size.
Okay.
It was a drag pattern all the way to the church, wasn't it?
It
were
wasn't
2
directly
patterns, though, weren't
dragged.
there?
So you know how when people shuffle their feet and it's like wet and you can hear squeaks and stuff like that and how it would disturb walking? It wasn't that like they were it wasn't like somebody take for instance like the episode 3 of Star Wars at the end where Anakin is dragging himself going, I hate you. It wasn't like that, more of just like the person was not picking their feet up entirely as they were walking, and that's fucked with the footprints to where you couldn't get a
Or
distinct
perhaps
path.
Someone
dragging
like
of
an
a
old
corpse.
man with bad bones might shuffle their feet.
You can notice that as because if you're thinking about that, you would definitely look at him and notice this. He's most definitely picking his feet up and moving around rather robotically and kind of creepily.
My question stands because like even if you drag your feet, the mud gets stuck between your soles, and then whatever, regardless of if you drag it or not, when you lift it up, there's an imprint. So
Can I do another religion check to see if he is possessed?
Is his
Go
boots
ahead.
dirty?
His boots are not
26.
I'll make one.
he is not possessed.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, I think Scorchy wants to
Is he
see
a
if his
demon?
fucking boots are muddy. He wants to see if let him Scorchy check
His boots are not muddy. They look he looks
Anybody with
very
prestidigitation, anybody with prestidigitation,
yeah. He looks very clean.
If he went to go
The
pick up her
church
body,
looks
he
very
would have
clean.
definitely got dirty.
Everywhere that you have been has been kind of dusty, with some dirt places, even in the manor.
He knows
There
Preston
was
invitation.
still dusty things.
That
This
wasn't
is
my question.
extremely clean. It is extremely clean here in the church.
Cool. That wasn't my question.
Yeah.
My question was the pattern a work boot or not?
Was the pattern a work?
The one
There
tab-
was no pattern
Okay.
like
Just a flat boot.
tellable.
Flat boot.
Who is
Okay.
this assistant?
This assistant. Okay. Good thing that you have asked that. You would have
Thank
noticed
God.
within the 10 minutes that that you were that it's a young man with long black hair. He's very quiet. Deadly quiet. He moves around and you can barely hear the sound of his footstep on the ground. It's very unsettling.
He's also a
he's
warlock.
How does he walk?
he walks with the same type of robotic movement as Hugo.
They from Mechanist?
Ah, there's something that doesn't add up here. This is so creepy. This is weird. These guys, I'm so 100% convinced that these guys have their hands in it. There's too much going for it. Okay, I still have one more question left.
You do, yes.
Any voices heard of the last voice that you heard?
That's a long shot.
No, if we
no,
can,
no, no.
The voice will settle if it's male or female or a verbal component of a spell.
That's not
kill
known.
two birds with one stone, wouldn't it?
Do you trust the assistant that is working for him?
I'm going to say that's not going to count towards your
Wow.
5 questions because you already kind of asked this with the do you trust
Okay.
the person with the doing things.
I'll ask if they heard any
Yeah.
any voices.
Upon your death, before you died, did you hear any voices that were describable as male or female?
Yes, he was angry.
Ah, that
Angry.
doesn't.
I relay all the information to them telepathically from the answers that I got. I'm thinking it was the governor, possibly.
Mr. Cleric, sir, or Warlock, apparently. I don't give a shit, to be honest.
Yes.
We could kill all 3 of them.
You could not. Yes.
I mean, we could
We
try.
we could try. I mean,
Scorchy, I think your microphone is cutting in and out, and I think
Could
that's
you,
your
like,
issue currently.
Yeah,
First,
probably.
right with that?
Is this? Are you able to hear me from this?
I'm able to.
yeah, we're able to
you
hear you,
just
but you
cut
do
out
Do you
there.
cut
have
in and
do you
out.
have a noise gate or a noise suppression turned on, or a background noise or echo
might be
cancellation
why.
turned on?
Is that better?
Yeah. You can turn off your say a couple things.
Yeah. So I had a. This is my name. Is
Oh,
Jake.
yeah.
Shit, that's so much better.
Yeah. All
That
right.
makes so much more sense. I've been trying to get in there, and I feel like I kept getting
have-
jumped over.
I have a very important
That's okay.
question for you, Saint, and it will be a linchpin in a lot of this.
Yes. Well, I'm willing to do anything to help.
Is the governor? You have a good sight. I understand that. An eye for the arcane. Does the governor have any inclination of magical abilities?
He goes deadly serious. The governor should not have any magical capabilities.
Should
Should.
not. Does
What
not
he
possess.
does, perhaps.
Should does not always mean naturally. Does he also have access to this mind substance?
You're referring to the mana ore, correct?
Yes.
Of course.
I would assume that he would have access to the ore storage. Being the governor.
Dude is taking magical steroids. Let's go kick his ass.
Let's go kick his ass.
Real quick,
At this point,
I have to go, guys. I'm
No,
already
you're fine.
super late. I'm going to cast Ceremony Funeral Rite on the corpse of Elizabeth so she can't turn undead by any means of a short of a wish spell.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like me, like, oh, hey, I helped out with the funeral rites. Anyways,
The
I'm so sorry I have to go.
Nope, you're good.
no,
You're
you're
good.
totally good, Eggy.
Please keep me updated. I really want to know what the conclusion of this was. This was so cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to head out. It was a wonderful playing with you guys. Holy crap!
I'm
And
so
also,
sorry that
Ryan,
we
made
didn't
this.
wrap this up
We made the
sooner.
same. Yeah, we made the same character.
We really
Anyways,
like digging and talking to these NPCs, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan, we made the same character. Anyways, see you guys later.
Yeah, we accidentally
See
made
ya.
the same character. Except
Yeah.
I'm a College of Whispers bard, actually.
You guys have
Ah.
you've got the same vibe, but definitely different.
He's
Yeah,
creepy,
it's
and
weird.
I'm like cold, bland, unapproachable, and overly
Mhm.
professional.
Which is also creepy. I mean,
I mean, it's
Let's
a
go
little
kick a governor's ass.
I see you guys.
At this
Bye.
point,
Have a good one.
bye, Eggy. So at this
Um,
point,
Let me
James
fix
has
the
pulled
thing.
out his revolver fully and has turned the barrel and clicked it in. I'm tired of this fucking shit. Now, look, I appreciate you, Cleric, and thank you for your time. Milo, I think you
Yeah.
had the same idea I did. Let's go kick this governor's ass.
I've been waiting for this. I've had a feeling it was either him or Nathaniel. Thank you, Saint Hugo. I mean, I guess we apologize for maybe jumping to one too many conclusions, but we have to go settle a murder case.
do not apologize to me. You are all working for good. I will be glad when this is dealt with. I believe that you know what you have to do. And know what you should do.
Milo just turns and just beelines it straight for this governor's house.
Egon has flipped out his notebook and writes down this plane's ways of justice are by means of violence. Satisfied, he follows the group.
As you leave, Egon, he'll nod to you and go, I apologize for your discomfort being
No worries.
here.
Oh, it's not. What do you mean by here? The church or the plane?
I suppose both.
It happens when you leave the tree. It's fine.
Before,
Someone's cutting out a lot.
no, I keep stuttering. Before, as everyone else has said now, James will stop for a second, pull out a coin from his bag, and he'll. My love left the church. Keep doing what you're doing, and he'll flick a coin on the ground and run out.
That is not necessary, but thank you.
He's already gone.
If I hear him say that, I'll scoop up the coin.
I waited till everyone was gone, but sure.
Oh, all right.
Hugo
Is,
will. No,
is Tobias staying behind?
I believe that Tobias would stay behind, just kind of like I'm gonna keep an eye on the body, and Saint
Do
Hugo
the
would go,
ceremony.
do whatever you wish.
I asked the right questions. Yay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's fucking
Should the
go.
governor be
Yeah.
magically inclined? He
I'm
shouldn't
cast
be.
all my spells at the same time.
Yeah. So you guys make your way, I assume, to the governor's mansion.
Absolutely.
Alright,
I'm
do you
gonna
knock on-
bring a quick run through by the sheriff's office on the way.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like on the way down, so I'm gonna grab the sheriff.
All
Gotta
right,
bring law
the-
enforcement. Gotta have a law enforcement as a witness to the confession because I'm about to.
I am law enforcement.
And the murder, apparently.
Are y'all sure? Do you have proof?
Well,
You were the one that brought Elizabeth to St. Hugo and informed him of our investigation and our names, correct?
Yeah, I was.
Very well. That is all we need to know. I need you to come with us and be on the ready.
All
Thank
right.
as the way I was like, basically, what happened was we thought it was the priest guy. We went there and then we spoke to the dead body, and she mentioned something about the person being angry. Yeah.
There seems like circumstance. You know what? You're the
There was
investigators.
one
I trust
last
you.
question that we asked the priest. So apparently, they have eyes for the arcane. They can see someone's magical capabilities. They saw my invisibility spell as soon as I passed through the threshold of the church doors, and I asked if the
I see.
governor had magical capabilities, natural. He went deathly serious and said he should not innately have magical capabilities, but insinuated that he has access
fact,
to the
does.
mind storage of have access to gaining unnatural magical capabilities, which would then influence possibly the side effect reaction of the necrosis of someone not naturally capable of magic, using it as some sort of a weapon to get revenge, a sense of justice. This will all come clean soon enough. I have a couple of spells I could use to verify this in front of you as law enforcement before we
I
take
see.
before we take any further steps. All right.
All right then. You guys make your way to the doors of his estate. What do you do?
A
I
polite
think this
knock.
time I'll be the one to knock this time.
All right. You can see Otto. This time he is fully dressed. He's wearing a dark black suit with a red tie up there. His hair is now properly made and combed.
Mm.
And he looks at all of you and says, "Gentlemen."
Sorry, we
Governor.
didn't mean to disturb. What's got you all dressed up at this hour of the morning?
You told me to be ready in case you needed me again.
I was just about to mention that, but I'm so glad that you are. We have some updates to our investigation, and since you being the governor, we thought you would be the first to know. We even brought the sheriff in as to make things official.
All right then.
That's a
Would you like to come inside?
sure. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Of course.
He guides you all back into that same parlor study area and gestures.
All right. Yes.
Now, what exactly can I do to help y'all?
I'm just looking to Malachi.
I look over to the rest of you all, and This is gonna take a couple of combos here because I'm gonna be using a couple of bard abilities on top of this. Oh
right.
God.
What do
Alright.
you need?
That's concentration, but charm person is not concentration. Neither is zone of
suggestion.
truth. Neither is zone of truth.
I can only use suggestion once.
I am immediately going to cast, because Zone of Truth is not concentration, but Detect Thoughts is, I'll initiate Detect Thoughts first to read his surface thoughts, and he won't know that I'm casting it. And then on top of that, since that's concentration, I'll cast a non-concentration spell, and that'll burn up my last slot, unless it's all first level. Zone of Truth. I'm going to cast Zone of Truth. So Zone of Truth is a charisma saving throw. Those around me can willingly fail it because I'm not going to be questioning them, except the sheriff. I would like the sheriff to make the throw. He can choose to fail if he wants to.
I am
Zone
going
of
to willingly
truth?
fail.
I will.
Yeah, I
Charisma
can-
saving throw.
Yes.
All right.
Why did the turn order appear?
Right.
Because
Oh.
I pressed the wrong button.
It's next to the dice, you know.
15-foot
Yeah.
radius sphere centered on a point I choose within range. Until the spell ends, a creature that enters the spell areas for the first time or starts in the area must make a charisma saving throw. They can fail it if they wish.
Okay, this is for him. This is for the sheriff.
Oh, they're trying to resist. The sheriff.
Why does the
immediately
sheriff
failed.
want to resist?
Because he goes, magic, what the fuck?
That's fair, I guess.
Hmm. Sweet
I will literally use my last 3rd level slot to upcast Zone of Truth so I can burn it again, and I will repeat to the governor. I'm only going to cast a spell in precaution to everyone's safety. Your mental fortitude I commemorate. However, please comply.
I don't like people casting spells on me and my mind without asking permission first.
This is for everyone's best benefit. Please. I implore you.
We're all doing the same thing.
We are
Roll
all
a
within the same
persuasion
affluence
check.
together. I
Roll
will.
me a persuasion check first.
Okay.
Can I give him the help action?
You may.
Yeah.
If you...
Yeah, I'll
alright.
give him the help action.
Good, it's a help action because I'm gonna roll twice here. That's a nat 20, that's a 31 on persuasion.
Man. Holy crap.
All right. He will. If you're going again, he will.
I will burn a higher level spell slot just to cast Zone of Truth at 2nd level again. I will burn my last 3rd level slot so I can cast it again. So Zone of Truth specifies I can't willingly speak a lie, but with my detect thoughts up, I know if they're thinking a lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen this bullshit before.
Oh yeah, this is my
Swag
combo right
magic.
here.
We can just straight up ask him, did he
Yep.
do it?
My ultimate move.
Were you responsible for the death of Elizabeth Taylor? And I will make him do a wisdom saving throw and probe deeper if need be.
And
if he tries anything, I'm preparing a spell.
Okay.
he sits there and goes silent.
I have my hand on my gun, but I'm not gonna.
You know that you are
Pull it
unable, under my magic, to willingly speak out a lie. And right now, at any moment, I can probe your mind with the professionalism
He's
of a
going to go
psychiatrist
surprise
at 10
round
years.
and draw his weapon on
Oh, dang it. I was going to
yeah.
take a coffee table and just set my dagger on it.
Yeah, I thought you were
It's too
going to
late.
say take a
Yep.
coffee table and hit him over the face with it.
No.
He knows what's going on. I'm gonna move you guys to this page. Let me just do a quick. Ooh, what did I do? Let me just do a quick. I wasn't anticipating it to be inside. I just need to set up the map.
We could take this outside.
It'll only take me 1 moment.
Thank you, Enderlord, for the
Uh,
follow. And it's
so,
on me
yeah.
that's doing camera work.
Yeah.
Camera work. Chair.
That 31 persuasion to let him fail Zone of Truth.
Yeah.
And knowing he's getting frustrated that he can't innately speak out a lie against my mind reading. The combo there is, this is, I'm so glad I get to use this combo.
We are in a small space.
Fireplace. Fireplace.
I am glad I
and-
haven't used any spells yet.
Oh, I
yeah,
still have,
I have.
I literally am
Oh
out
my-
of 2nd and 3rd level spells.
And then
I'll-
back to the objects and token. He's sitting here. The red shapes are different seats in the room. There's long couch in the middle,
Oh, I can't
And
control my
two
token.
little side chairs. Did I not give you control? I believe I
You
have
didn't give me
given
control yet.
I did not
Uh,
have control either.
A doppelganger.
Ah, How did that happen?
we don't need Tobias. We don't need Tobias.
oh, that is true. We do not need Tobias.
Tobias is watching the front door, maybe. He's going to the front
He's
door.
in the. He's in the.
He's in the
thing.
church. Remember?
Oh yeah, he's
Stay
doing
behind.
funeral
Can be
rites, right?
controlled. Yeah. I don't
So-
know what is quite wrong.
You
Did
can-
I
we
was, able
try?
to grab, I was able to drag my own token, so just do that and delete the others.
Yep. If you
Okay.
delete the
Yeah,
others, we
if you
can
delete our
figure out.
tokens,
Delete the one already in the house for me, and I'll just place them where you want them.
These ones.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I can't drag in a token
Oh.
anyway. You can have to go to the gear.
there we go.
Oh wait, I can't.
Boom.
There.
How do I drag in a token?
I'm back.
Go to
Go
your
to player
your
card.
just drag the
I don't have a
sheet
character sheet here.
out. That's the
Ooh.
issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can give me control. Just put my changeling back up on the map and.
It says that it can be controlled by, so it should have been doing it originally. It's been a hot second since I've used Roll20.
Right click it and then gear.
To the
And
gear.
then control.
Oh, I didn't do it in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Having me control
What's
the
your name?
characters.
Just
Dr.
all players.
Dr.
There you
Silvershear or Orion VA. There we go.
Yeah,
Bop, bop,
all
bop,
players.
bop, bop. Yeah, all players is fine.
All right. He's going to get a surprise round on you before we roll initiative. Which he is going to use his revolver.
Oh,
and
shoot me.
He's got special abilities. He's going to roll to hit you. He's going to go twice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
How much does his coffee table weigh?
Do you have
I'm gonna beat him with
Why? Do you have
something.
catapult?
Who's he hitting?
Maybe.
Does a 27 hit?
It
Ooh.
does, and the 11 does not, but the 27
The 11 does not. You can see as he takes out this large, hefty six round revolver and aims it directly at you. You can see as it charges up with this weird magical energy that runs all the way up his arms. As you can see, his eyes are glowing a dark black, and mist is steaming out of it as he chuckles profusely and angrily and fires his weapon at you. The magic starts to swarm around his hand, twisting as a mix of a gunshot and an eldritch blast shoots at you.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Uh-oh.
This is fun.
Eldritch
He's
hand
going
cannon.
to roll a d10 for for piercing damage and a d10 for force damage.
Ooh.
Holy shit!
Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Thank God I brought the sheriff with. Thank God I told to say, hey, come along here. Oh yeah.
That is a
Let me make
15.
I don't know. I'm gonna willingly break concentration on detect thoughts. Then I'll just take the 15
Okay.
damage.
Yep.
I already know that.
I think we
I'm like,
pretty
sheriff,
well
I
know
think
that
that's
he's
an
gonna
admission
shoot
of
us
guilt.
Yeah, he is going to shoot you more. Yep. That will be his turn for now.
Can we roll?
And we're going to roll initiative.
Oh God.
Hell yeah.
Now this is hardly professional in the slightest. That was my shoulder.
I don't care about professionality now. If this gets out, I'm dead.
turn our day.
It seems like
There we
you're
go.
going to be dead either way.
Okay.
21.
Oh,
Milo's going first, baby.
10.12. Yes, of course.
13.
Hold on, let me just pull up my stats for my guy.
A very angry, strangly man, and that one question at the end to the priest was like, "Can the governor cast magic?" And he just went, "Shouldn't be able to." That's very worrisome.
I don't fucking know how turn orders work. I'm not super familiar with Roll20.
You
Right
right-click
click
your
is-
dude, and the sheriff. You can as well. Right-click the dude and do
Add
add
turn.
turn, and that with the sheriff as
turn.
well.
You can manually type in the numbers.
Whoever got the 21 for initiative, my dex modifier is +2, so if theirs is lower than mine, I go first.
All right.
No, he would
I
go before you. Got a
don't
+3
know.
apparently.
Yeah, sheriff's got a +3. The sheriff is gonna stand up, and he's going to use
fine.
his revolver, which he's gonna shoot.
And does everyone have guns here?
I
Do
do.
all you guys, Scorchy, you got a gun too?
Yeah, I have a revolver.
Oh my God!
I
Sheriff-
only have a
I
knife.
said this from the
You
beginning.
only have a all right.
I only have a knife.
Eh.
I have my powder box.
Oh shit. All right.
So
That's a crit. Nice.
my modifier for initiative is +3. I don't know if that matters at all, but
Are you tied with anyone?
yeah, there's a 3-way tie. So I
The initiative.
What
Then
the
I'm
fuck?
I'm technically if I'm after Egon because my initiative is only +2.
All right.
So,
So
technically
Egon will go next.
Yep.
is it my turn or
He is rolling his damage on the guy.
that guy right there?
Ah. All right. He's gonna deal 14 damage to him. All right. He rolled a 19 and a 20 to hit on Otto, and yeah, that is
So glad
gonna
that I
do
brought
it.
this sheriff along. Let's go.
Up next in the initiative is Egon.
Okay. I asked before, but I didn't get an answer. How much does this coffee table weigh?
It's a decently heavy coffee table. It's one of the nice ones, you know.
Okay, so probably more than 10 pounds.
Yeah, just a little bit more than 10 pounds, I'd say.
Okay, so instead I'm going to grab my dagger scabbard off of my belt, point it at him, and cast catapult.
All right.
And he needs to make a dexterity save.
Okay. That is a
All right,
7.
he fails. He takes 3d8 damage.
Holy
You just
shit! All right.
launch an object at him.
It's a knife, but he'll be taking bludgeoning damage.
That's funny.
You hold it by the blade and
Only
launch
13.
the handle, like launch it at the handle. You know.
All right. Up next in the order is Milo.
Did you roll your 3d8 damage?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did.
13. You 13 damage. Okay.
I'm gonna move just to here beside James, and I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
Are we gonna wild magic surge this?
No, we're not gonna wild magic surge this because I'm not a wild magic sorcerer.
Oh, okay.
So I make. Oh, I don't have it as a range. Yeah, there we go. It is arranged. This. Oh, that's a what?
Ouch. A nat 1.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
unfortunate.
That's
It could be a
chaos magic, right?
yeah.
Chaos bolt.
Mm.
Ooh. Shit.
Magic surge could happen.
I didn't
Do you
mean
want
that.
it on the D10,000 table that I have
Alright.
right here on my
No.
phone?
I'm not a wild magic sorcerer.
Yeah, no, but your
not
damage. What is this? How is this damage done?
So Chaos Bolt is I roll a d8 to see what kind of damage it does. So I have a table.
Mhm.
So I roll the
It's 2d8, and then you pick.
yeah.
This is gonna just kind of surge right in your hands as you go to cast it, and it's gonna do the damage to you instead because that's a nat one.
F.
So I need to roll.
Yeah.
Roll damage as normal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. That's okay. Roll 2d8. I just need to see what damage types they are.
Oh, that's not that bad.
So I take. No. That's not the damage. So it means that 12 is split between cold and fire damage,
All right.
and then that 5 is just regular, just magical damage.
Okay.
So I
So-
take 17. So I'm down to 11.
So what has happened so far is that Otto has pulled his revolver and shot out magical bolts of eldritch gun energy at Malachi, and the sheriff has immediately stood up and fired twice at him, hitting him two times in the chest as Egon takes his dagger and casts catapult on it as it launches, flying through the air, hitting him, but not stabbing him. Really blapping him as his shoulder sludges back as he looks angrily as unfortunately Milo goes to surge up his magic in an aggressive attack and it explodes right back on him. And
If
up
he's
next,
looking at me angrily, I'll go,
I
wasn't me.
can I still take my bonus action?
Yes, you can. I didn't realize you had
I'm
one. Sorry.
going to use one of my sorcery points, do a quicken spell, which allows me
Alright.
to add anything that can. Oh wait, I can spend 2 sorcery points as I spend the 2 sorcery, and I can change the casting time of something that has an action to a bonus action. I'm going to cast Ice Knife.
Alright, go ahead.
Ooh,
Please don't do me bad.
Ice knife is pretty cool. Oh, that's
I love Ice
unfortunate.
Knife. Damn.
That's
You can still hit him with the dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I will. I will hit him with the dex save. Hit.
That is an 11, so
There you
I
go.
assume that does not meet
He
DC.
fails. And
Yep.
he takes 2d6 cold damage.
Go ahead and roll me that beautiful damage.
Ooh, he takes 7 cold damage as it just shatters, and he just gets stuck with cold damage.
All right. Up
I meant
next.
to miss.
Mhm. Sure.
I wanted to hit right there.
Up next is Otto, and he is going to shoot his revolver again at the poor psychiatrist Malachi.
Hey, I'm just a
because he's
doctor,
very
man.
angry.
Here we go.
Just a little guy. So he's gonna roll. I assume a 26 will hit.
Oh, I can't even
Jesus,
cutting
a
words that.
+8? Plus
20.
8?
And then a 10 likely
10 will
won't hit.
miss, yeah. I can't even cutting words the 26.
F.
Oof, F and chat.
What is this bonus that I designed? Yeah, okay. Okay, you take 6 piercing and 6 force as another eldritch blast shoots out of his gun.
I am at
and
1
he is
health.
Yikes.
Dang.
He is now going to he's going to stand right here and end his turn.
You.
I kind of want to do something funny.
Oh, you insolent fool. You see my eyes just go black, and I'm just gonna stab him with a rapier.
All right, do it.
Oh, please. No, almost.
9. That will not hit.
I can, as a bonus action, do that. Inspire magical inspiration as a bonus to. Oh, okay. Magical inspiration is before I do it. Okay. Oopsies. Bonus action. I will inspire. Who's up now? I will inspire the old rootin' tootin' shooting cowboy.
Of the Wild West.
Of the
Rattlesnake
Rattlesnake James. Yeah, you got a D8 of inspiration. If you hit, you can also
That's
use
a
it as
jest.
damage, and
Yeah.
if you hit.
Whispers does that? I thought that was
No,
Valerie.
Tasha's bard does it.
Oh, cool. In peace, Valerie.
Bardic versatility from Tasha's Cauldron.
Mhm.
And will that be your turn?
Yeah, that's my action, and that's my bonus action.
All right. Yeah, up
Rock
next
Ninja.
in the order is
Rattlesnake Giant.
our
Sneak.
scaly lizard boy.
Sneak. All right. He's going to crack his neck, and he's going to spin his barrel and say, "This is what I've been waiting for. You may have shot the sheriff, but you're going to regret not shooting the deputy." And he's going to go ahead.
Hey!
And he's going to go ahead and use a grit point with this shot, and I'm going to use a winged shot to try to knock him prone.
All right. Go ahead.
You do have a D8 Bardic Inspiration.
I do.
You do.
So that's one of my ammo. That's a nat 20.
Natural 20.
You can add the D8 as bonus damage, which also gets doubled.
Yeah.
I love
so-
adding the D8 as bonus damage. Go ahead and roll.
So, yeah, he needs to make a strength saving throw to not get knocked prone
right.
against the DC 14.
Let me double check his strength. All right. That is a 21.
Damn. All right, that's whatever. So as I aim for his thigh and I see he doesn't go down, but I'll still do that damage.
Roll that D8 as well.
And I'll add a D8.
Two D8s if you're doubling dice for crits.
Yeah. Double dice.
So roll your 2d8 for my inspiring crit. Hey, let's go.
So a total of 21 damage on that first shot.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh.
You're muted.
I'm gonna run up in his face and I'm gonna shoot him again. I do not get disadvantage because of crossbow expert.
Yeah,
Oh, you mean
I know.
sharpshooter?
Nope, crossbow
we do.
expert.
We do love crossbow expert
We do love
in
it.
this household.
Yeah.
Shoot him right in the face.
And I'm gonna shoot him right in the face.
All right.
With my second attack. Hold on.
Let's go.
30, or 25 actually.
Holy shit.
Yeah, 25 will most certainly hit.
So another
9
9.
piercing damage.
Yep. And then I'm gonna action surge and shoot him 2 more times.
All right. I like your style.
Ghost fighter.
Dang. Can I get? Are you doing flanking at all?
Yeah.
So can I get advantage because my
Yes,
friend's
you can.
next to me? Cool. So that'll hit. Another 8,
Okay.
and then 1 more hit.
Jeez.
Damn, let's go.
And another 8.
We're level 5, right?
Another 8.
Yep.
Good job.
And then,
Crossbow expert is terrifying.
yeah, with my bonus action, I'm gonna do it again.
I'm gonna do it again. Go ahead.
Attack with bonus action.
Damn, you haven't
Jesus.
misfired yet.
And that is an 11.
All right.
And
He
that is
got
my
shot
turn.
Fans,
5 times.
fans the hammer. Needs
Yeah,
to
you're out
reload
of bullets
next
now,
turn.
aren't you?
Fastest hand in the West. Nope, I got 1 more.
Yep. Got
I got a
one more.
pepper box.
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh no, that was it. That was
you
all
have
mine.
one more
Oh, that's
bullet.
it?
You have
Alright.
one more bullet in the
Yeah, one more.
One
bullet.
more bullet. Yes, that is correct. Up next, following that wonderful starring performance, is the sheriff whose 2 shots looks puny.
Fastest hands in the West.
Let me show you how we do things down in Palilo.
So he rolls a 10 and a 13, both of which are not going to hit. And kind of goes, damn it, and is gonna kind of stay right where he is. And up next is our next boy, Egon. What you gonna do, my friend?
Is there a jug of water anywhere?
No, there is
No?
not. No.
Why not? Can I have a canteen then? Can we
Yes,
say
you
that
can
I
have
have
a
a
canteen.
Okay.
Yeah, I can allow that.
Okay. How tall is the ceiling here?
Probably like 8 feet.
Okay. And he's 6 feet tall, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I fear
I
whatever
will,
it is you've got planned.
Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I can, in theory, climb to the ceiling with my second
Yeah.
story work.
Yeah.
I'll bonus action dash along the wall so that I'm right
Okay.
on top of him. And I'll take my canteen out, hold it above his head, and cast Shape Water as an icicle appears above him, falls on him.
Oh my god, I
So
love
unorthodox.
this.
I love it.
I'm going to have him make a dexterity saving throw.
Can it be a roll to hit?
Would you?
Like a dexterity type.
To deal dagger damage.
It's up to you.
To deal dagger damage?
Yeah.
You're not throwing it; you're just kind of letting it fall. But
Yep.
so it's kind of like
So
a dodge.
realistically, he could.
Yeah,
dodge.
it's up to Lance.
So, why a roll to hit? Give me your reasoning.
I'm aiming.
Okay.
That's it. That's all it is.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say he's gonna make a check. This is
Dex
still
save.
gonna be decently high. It's gonna be a DC 16 because all of a sudden there's a fucking icicle above his head, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Okay.
He just saw you skitter across the roof, so. But that is a nat 20, but he will take half damage because, dexterity.
Scrapes his arm or
okay.
something.
Yeah.
Like a D6.
Yeah. Roll your typical dagger damage, I'd say.
Okay. So that'd be
4.
7. 7 total, and then halved.
All right.
3.
So minus 4.
Okay. we
Alright.
give him
Worth
4
it.
points of like icicle damage, and then it turns into a puddle on the ground.
He just looks at you frightened. And up next is Milo.
Yeah. So I'm going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Hello, mister. I'm going to which one does hurt the most? We'll do you know what? We'll just do a short sword attack. We'll take out the old sword.
Hey, that's
17.
17 won't hit.
Oh,
His AC is
shoot.
18.
Flanking though.
Oh, flanking. That is a good point. You
Because
have advantage
Ducky
on this.
is like right above him doing creepy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are flanked on all
Here's the
ends.
thing. Here's the thing.
A lot of people on
I'm
him.
gonna get 14. Watch. Oh shit!
Ooh, that is a 21, my dude. Go ahead and roll me that damage.
That's a nice 4 damage.
4 damage.
Do
Do you have any bonus to
also-
that?
Nope. That is a
1d6.
2 plus 2.
Ah, got it.
Yep.
All right.
And then as my bonus action, so I'm going to use Temptress Magic, and I'm going to fly 10 feet without provoking an opportunity attack, and I'm going to go back here.
Is it storm magic?
Okay.
I'm a storm sorcerer.
Yeah.
So gust of wind
Yeah.
comes and carries me away, and I don't take opportunity attacks.
Up next is Otto, who is going to stumble forward this way. Oh, that is the wrong guy. And he is going to cast a spell. He's going to cast Arms of Hadar, and you can see as this black, smoky tentacles bursts from his chest and reaches out, smacking at each one of you that are 10 feet away from it. You must make a strength saving throw.
I fucking
This is considered magical, correct?
Uh-oh.
This is considered magical.
So I have
correct?
advantage with my
I
magic
got a
resistance.
9.
Cool.
I got a 17 on the strength save.
Mm-hmm.
16.
Okay. The 16 and the 17 will succeed. Anything
12.
under 15 or under are going to fail. So, on a failed save, the target will take 2d6 necrotic damage and cannot take reactions until the next turn.
If
makes me
you
sad.
roll anything, if you get max damage or below, I'm down.
That is an 11.
I'm
what
down.
about those that succeeded the save?
Those that succeeded the save,
Isn't it half?
on a successful you take half damage.
Now I'm unconscious.
5 or 6.
Our cleric had to fucking dip.
I
blame Aggie for everything. I'm just
You
kidding.
take less damage. I round down for
So you take
enemy
5.
attacks round
They
up.
take
So
5.
5.
I am unconscious.
Mhm.
And
Me
as
too.
a bonus action, he is going to Misty Step his ass out of here. And that will conclude his turn as he is on the run. Please make me a death save, Malachi.
Yep, that's one failure. That's fine.
That is one failure.
Oh.
Up next is our snake boy.
So, okay. I grabbed this for this reason, but I want to clarify it with you. So,
So what?
I had to turn off my push. I was turning off
Oh.
my push to talk. It was annoying. So, okay. Crossbow expert states that you ignore the loading quality of crossbows, which we replaced with firearms in this case. Technically it's reload, but the loading quality is that you have to load another arrow in. So you basically saying you can't shoot your crossbow with this more than one shot with the same turn with the same crossbow. In this case, I have 6 bullets. If I run out of bullets, can I use that to ignore the using an action to reload?
Yes, I'd say so.
Cool. With that, then, I'm going to have him... Is he visible from the door?
You can just see him because these doors are glass. You can see him, and it's not going to be any sort of impediment.
All right, so then I'll go ahead and I'll take my first shot at him, which is the last one in that reel. 24.
That will hit.
So 8, and then you'll see as he's firing
Right.
James is firing that first shot, his tail that has that actually isn't a rattlesnake's tail, but actually has a set of a new chain of bullets that he will then, just as quickly as he fires, he'll pop the reel out and place the new bullets in, almost in a blink of an eye, reloading, and then shoot another shot.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. 22 will hit.
So another 5
piercing.
damage. Yeah, and then another with my bonus.
Go ahead.
16. I'm gonna use a grit point to make it give that advantage
Okay.
with Deadeye shot.
All
That'll
right.
be a 24.
So 22. Roll
Yeah.
me that
Alright.
damage.
Kill him.
Bam, 9 piercing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Hey.
As I see him running away, I'm gonna aim down the barrel doing that, and I'm gonna, oh no you don't, you motherfucker, and I'm gonna try to shoot both of his thighs as a doing like that cut type thing. And I want to try to not kill him, but cripple him, if that's possible.
Yeah, that is possible. I will allow you to do that with that.
Sweet.
Shoot his legs
Wonderful
out.
fact.
So yeah, that's
And
what I'm
he's
doing. I'm
going-
shooting his thigh and his ankle on the opposite feet.
He's going to fall basically flat on his face as he continues to try to crawl out of the door. And as he does so, Otto is going to he's going to try and slowly crawl like episode 3 Anakin.
Yeah.
Soon as
Go ahead.
as that happens and your turn is over.
I still have my movement.
Okay, go ahead and take it then.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could walk up to him and like put a foot on his back,
Yes. You can
Put on his
100% do that.
and I'll just point my gun at him and say, "Your time's up here, Otto. Give up." And I'll end my turn there.
All right. Within this this span of time, momentarily, the sheriff is going to get up really quickly, and from his satchel, he's going to pull out some potions of healing, tossing one as he walks this way over to Egon and says, "Quick, give that to him; it'll help him." And kneels down and gives Milo a greater potion of healing. Greater potions are 2d8, 2d4, right?
44.
Mhm.
44.
2d4 plus 2 is a regular one. 44 plus 4 is a greater one.
Yeah, greater restorations
Yep.
to the two of you.
Give it to who?
He tossed it to you, Egon, for you to give it to
Oh,
Malachi.
give it to him. Got it.
Yes.
Yep.
Feed me.
Feed me,
So-
Dad.
Take
you
it.
heal 18 points of damage, Milo, and then I assume that you heal
Yes.
your
Yep.
friend.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll that.
4d4
Where
plus
is
4.
he?
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Milo just fucking immediately just not even like just fucking books it to the door because he doesn't see him, so he's assuming he's running because nobody's told him otherwise. He's gonna leg it towards this door.
As you both get up and start making your way here into this hallway, James, you hear footsteps on the stairs, and glance behind you to make sure you're not being ambushed, and you can see Jane standing, staring sadly down at you with your foot on the back of her husband. Tears are streaming down her face, and she...
Ma'am. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, finish.
No, go ahead. You first.
Ma'am, seeing that this man's finished, I'm gonna take my gun and holster it. Ma'am, I regret to inform you that your husband is the killer of Elizabeth Taylor. I spared his life here in this moment, but I hate for you to have to see this, so I'd recommend you going back upstairs before this scars your memory. And he won't even look at her.
She makes her way slowly towards you. And you said you're not looking at her?
I'm not like staring at her. I'm looking at her with my peripheral, but I'm not like you know.
I would say all of those who have line of sight on her, which would be all of you guys, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
She about to stab him?
Who knows?
I don't know. Roll me a perception. 8.
I'm still
16.
woozy.
I am very
Yeah,
perceptive.
6.
Thank you
6.
for
I got the
hearing.
lowest. It's like golf, right?
If she gets within
Yeah.
10 feet of me, I'm putting my weapon back out and pointing it at her.
Oh, why?
Doc, you can see that she's got a letter opener in her hands, and but you're not
it's
really
not
in a
you she's going
position to stop her as she pushes past James in a quick motion and drives the letter opener through Otto's heart.
Your holster.
And
Yep,
he
that'll
looks
You
do
don't
at
have it on
her,
your hand.
he looks at her now very sadly. She says, How could you? And he looks at her back in the eyes and says, I'm sorry, but you're mine. As he slowly fades into unconsciousness and dies, as she lets out a scream and cries in a ball on top of him.
I'll take my foot off of him.
I mean,
Hmm.
does this mean that technically that's murder?
Not if we didn't see it.
I walk up to Jane and I put my hand on her shoulder and I say, "You realize what's going to happen, don't you?"
I don't care.
And I take out my own pair of handcuffs and I cuff her.
Could
And
I stop him before he does this?
I was
Since
gonna
I'm right
say-
here.
Can I cast catapult on the handcuff before he handcuffs her? Have him fling away off into the hallway?
Milo. He was already dead before she did anything.
There's a difference. She knew what she was doing. He could have lived, he could have served his time, but instead she killed him. And unfortunately, if we have to give equal justice to everybody. I mean, honestly, she if we're going to be quite honest, she probably won't do life. It'll probably just be a short thing, but we have to be fair.
Why
Gonna
don't
mention-
you just ask the sheriff of this town in the room?
It's
Sheriff?
his jurisdiction.
That's why I was going to beckon him over, but then you decided to interrupt what I was doing.
I'm going to mention, wouldn't his sentence have been death anyway?
We don't know. That's why I was like, we should probably ask the sheriff, which I was beckoning over. but then you decided to try and stop me from doing my job.
What is your job exactly? You never really told us what you do. Who are you?
I do what you do, except I don't have the badge. I'm a little bit more discreet than you, but
Bounty hunter.
You've got it. I serve the law. I abide by justice. So, but she's on the jurisdiction of this area, so whatever the sheriff tells me to do, that's what I'll do. But if this was back home, she'd be in the fucking pen.
The sheriff looks at you all very sadly. And hold on 1 second. My mother is shouting for my dog. Okay. And the sheriff looks at the three of you very, very upset, and looks down to Jane and brushes past you, and kneels down and gives her a hug and says, I know that staying here in this town is going to be no mercy to her. Jane, I gotta put you away. She nods her head slightly and just holds her arms out to you.
Fucking get her. Put the handcuffs on her. Well, look, tonight didn't go as planned. I mean, at least some kind of fucking justice come from this. Yeah, and I leave with the sheriff.
If it is any consolation, Milo, you do say that she knew what she was doing. However, there is a slight difference between Elizabeth Taylor's death and this man's.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not arguing with you there.
Elizabeth Taylor's death was premeditated. This is what the courts would consider as heat of passion. She'll get off easier.
Exactly. But I completely agree with you. But I think if we were willing to hunt down somebody for killing someone and putting them away for doing that, and then we just let someone else off because it was for the right thing, then the lines of justice tend to get blurred. And that's where my job doesn't really make sense then, does it?
Well, I hope your fucking pay is good enough.
Don't
walk off.
Don't worry, it is. There's nothing personal. I'm just doing my job.
I look to the sheriff. I am on business vacation time. And I am a licensed therapist, Jean, if I would gladly accompany you, so you do not feel alone during your time of sentencing. That is fine with you?
She nods her head.
Yeah.
All right. And so be it. She's gonna need a fucking psychiatrist now.
You guys make your way back to the sheriff's office and detain her there until the next train arrives, and you take her away.
Are we going into another town and prisoner?
The sun rises on a new day in Gravesprings, and while the murder of Elizabeth Taylor is solved, the peace that was once in this town can't be found again. Not now. And that's the end of the one shot, everybody.
Hey.
Hey,
great.
that took
Hey.
significantly longer than I anticipated.
All right, everyone, you know the drill.
A little bit.
You know the drill. So I
No,
can't
no,
personally
we're not doing this.
vote
No,
because
we're
all
not
I
doing
do
this.
is make
We're
sure
not
that the
doing this
DM comes prepared, has the maps and the
We're not
tokens.
doing
So
this bit.
Shut the fuck up.
We're not doing this bit.
so
Fuck
can we
off.
can we get a
That was so much fun.
That was absolutely brilliant.
Amazing.
Thank
I
you.
love
Thank
Rattlesnake
you.
James. I'm getting Jesse James Draconic vibes off of him so much.
Oh, it's so good. I loved all of your characters so much. It fits so well. I'm so glad that you guys ran with the premise of this. Like, you guys, I wrote you guys the premise, and you guys took it like a precious little ball and you ran with it.
Yeah. My
Think-
shiny.
That's what you get when you get a band full of experienced D&D players. All the
Yep, especially the wild card is Egon.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I loved Egon. I loved Egon.
He is the
He's so
comedic
funny.
relief that we all needed.
Mhm.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
You know the thing is, Milo
clock.
was originally supposed to be a lot funnier and more of a comedic relief, but the minute I saw Egon, I was like, I'm not taking that. I'm gonna let Egon run with this. And I'm gonna just play it cool.
You
and
should have done it.
experienced.
We could have played off of each other.
Well, I did. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take like you're my little sidekick for this mission.
You're my little punk champ.
My
That
little
was
pug
fun.
champ. Yeah.
So-
that was
I hope you understand the reason he jumped to the conclusion of demons so quickly was because he, as an NPC, has survived a demonic incursion.
I
And the
see.
characters of that campaign were level 17.
Oh boy.
Like, this was no
Ah.
small thing for him to survive. He was pretty shook up from it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yes, yeah. You guys took a different route than others have in the past. I've run this twice so far. No one has really gotten a quote unquote good ending. It's a very tricky ending to have where Jane doesn't witness like this scene. But yeah, a lot of people will go from Elizabeth's to immediately talking with Melanie, and both times so far, interestingly enough, they've then gone to Elizabeth's brother's house and talked with them,
Really?
and then
Hmm.
found out about Jane and Elizabeth's relationship there, and then made their way either next to the
Oh.
church or to the governor's mansion, and then talking to Jane, and then hopping around the rest of the places pretty randomly.
That sounds so. I feel like we had an actual smoother transition
Yeah.
between.
Yeah, you guys had a really, really good
I think it helped
story
that
progression.
I found that note with the J on it.
Yep, and I'm
Exactly.
like, it has to be. I was.
You
If-
didn't roll.
I
You
was-
did not meet the DC in order to find it, and then you were like, "I'm gonna look at the maid's outfit a little bit more," and I'm like, "Yes, yes. If you roll high enough, I can.
Roll
I can
high
make it
enough
up.
in the closet. Roll high enough in the closet. Roll high
enough in the closet." And then
Stay
you
in
did,
the
and I was
closet.
like,
And
Stay in
nat
the
fucking
closet.
20.
Modded nat fucking 20.
the only time where
Uh,
you wanted someone to genuinely stay in the closet.
Yeah. Oh, I would if I made
That's funny.
if I made a comic relief character and we were like talking with Nathaniel, and he's like, "Yeah, but I don't think Elizabeth liked me back." I would just be like, "It's because she's probably gay," and I'd turn around and walk away.
you would have killed the man outright.
It's like,
Yeah,
Damn.
no, we-
it's
we
because
dropped
she's
that on
gay, and I turned around and walk away.
Damn.
I destroyed the man's soul.
Yeah, I had a great time with you guys. You guys did great.
Yeah.
I
was really
think that this
good.
is the best run of this that I've had so far.
Yeah, it was
Yay.
definitely fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well,
I'm glad,
I hope.
I'm glad Rattlesnake James got to show off a little bit of his fighting stuff. I was
Oh,
hoping
dude!
he
Right at
would
the
have-
like,
Crossbow expert fighter, Mwah. Wonderful, wonderful.
I am
You
a little
messaged
sad.
me with that right before, and I was like, yes, do it, destroy him.
everybody.
I am a little sad that I didn't do what I was going to do. Instead of the canteen thing, I was going to run out of the room, disguise self as his wife, and then say, "I'm leaving you," and run out the door.
Damn.
And I was going to try to bait him onto soft earth and use mold earth to bury him.
That
Oh
would
my
have been
That
morose.
The
was
master
fun.
of cantrips himself.
I had it written in that once he got to low health, he was gonna Misty Step the fuck out of there. I wanted him to use the spells that would be like at the finale point where it's like,
Right.
yes, see, he did use these spells. He does have this magic.
So the
I gave him the dope gun.
So the shuffled footprints that went to the road by the church just happened to be by the church, but it probably came all the way from the mine, or from the storehouse, all the way past the church, shuffled feet all the way to the back of Elizabeth's house.
He came from his mansion. If
Oh,
you
and he
guys had
went
talked
north.
to Jane more.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
There's
and he
yeah.
went north in order to like
Oh yeah, there is.
think on it a bit. He was very angry, and he was like, I'm not gonna do anything rash, and then did something rash anyways, and was like, I'm gonna take the long route and think about it. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And so then as he came up and around here, you can see the most direct route is just straight this way.
Yeah,
so that's what he took.
All the way up to 30 feet, and then he looked at the house and
said, "That's
it."
Did it. He went in through the back door, which was left unlocked, and he saw the note. He was just kind of twiddling his thumbs around for a little bit, and was picking at things, obviously, and just being a total creep, and found the letter that Nathaniel had dropped off.
Crumpled it up.
Laughing at it, putting it back down, knowing it was Nathaniel. That's part of the reason why he had such a like morose, like
yeah, that
sneering
like cocksucker, but
exactly. And he was just like, yeah. But picked up the letter from Nathaniel, read it, crumpled it, left it on the table because it's not his house. He's not going to clean up. Not that he would clean up in his own house either.
He had a maid.
Then waited until Elizabeth unlocked her door, and then before she knew like what happened, really, he grabbed her like by the neck and then by the wrist from behind. And so she didn't see who it was at any given point. So she didn't know for sure who it was. And he just was very angry and had an outburst of magic that he had made a pact with a very long time ago to originally get his position as governor back years and years ago.
And that inflict wounds, choking.
Yep. He used Arms of Hadar specifically, which is why little bits of necrosis were all over.
Yep. Lacerations and necrotic damage.
What do you call it? Do people often suspect Saint Hugo?
Yes, like everyone always suspects Saint Hugo at some point or another because he is a creepy motherfucker.
Saint Hugo has still done quite a few things.
We also just
not
don't
this specific thing.
It's also just like the mention of the church constantly, where it's just like him.
Yeah,
it's like that's vague. That's why I messed up and I put the old one, because originally when I first wrote it, I didn't really understand how warlock patrons worked, and it was my first time dabbling in them. So I just had a generic like the old one from the book and had that, and then I realized like no, typically they have different like names and more specific things and stuff like that. And I also didn't want to immediately say like Church of the Old One, because that immediately is
it would insinuate a lot of mental gears turn, and then they might get tunnel visioned. Which there was so many times we got really close to doing it, and then we pulled away at the last moment. With Nathaniel getting funny. Really close, and then we pulled away, and then the church we got really, really close, and then we pulled away.
Oh shit! I forgot to mention that as you guys leave the mansion, you see Saint Hugo and his assistant standing there with a body cart in order to take the body of.
He said, "We know what's going down."
He was like, "We know what's
Saint
going on."
Hugo's like, "You already have information, and you already asked the right questions."
Yeah. He knew completely and totally, but even if you guys had like asked him, he wasn't going to tell you because it's his own.
He's an asshole.
It's his own personal relationship with his patron that he doesn't want.
Tobias comes back and he just sees that like we come out of the house instead of Otto, we just have his wife in handcuffs. He's like, wait, so the wife does? Like, no, we have a lot of explaining to do to you for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sad that you guys didn't interact with the assistant more because the assistant is mute.
Oh, I would have
Interesting.
casted telepathy. I would have done telepathic bond with
Yeah,
him.
I know. You guys are like telepathy, and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I get to talk to you guys. Because in all of the past ones, he's
Or I'll do
taken out
the
a piece of
I'll do
paper
like
and
the
written
message
things.
cantrip because you think back and forth. I'll just you know. But
It was wonderful though. It was good.
Well,
good job, guys.
yeah,
Good job.
yeah, good job, guys. For real.
I was really worried when you guys rolled up into the church and Tobias was like, "This is going on now," and he's just like, "I don't know what you mean," and I'm sitting back like, "This is a level 20 warlock, guys. I wouldn't do this." That's one of the like emergency endings. If things go really, really bad for the party, and I don't want to end a one shot in a TPK, I have Hugo will show up because he already knows that it's going to go down.
He already knows that you're going to
and
fail.
He's just going to he would power word to kill and Otto would be dead on the spot.
Jeez.
Nice. I love power words.
Power words are
Well,
great.
Everyone here
Except for when
had-
they're used on you.
Yeah, true. Well, absolutely. I would like to hear from everyone what they thought, what their favorite part was. We'll start with Dan.
I just loved the whole world, the whole vibe I got from the world, the different kind of like I was thrown in a loop so many times. At first, I was like, "It's definitely Nathaniel." I was like, "Oh no, it." And then you mentioned Jonathan, and even just the fact that you mentioned another name, I was like, "Okay, we have to go talk to him now." I was like, I don't know how elaborate this fucking thing can be. It was just like I was hooked, and I was like, I really badly wanted to finish it. Like I didn't want to give up. I was like, I'm gonna find out who this is.
So my notes for this, the main bullet points, including the opening monologue, the timeline, and the letters, is 4 pages long exactly, and then 17 more pages are character names and descriptions and things I have to remember.
17 NPCs of pages of.
Of just with different like pictures and images because I'm a very image associated person and I didn't have enough time to set it up to where I could drop the images in the thing. But let me just I will share what Saint Hugo looks like in
I would love to see what he looks like.
In my mind, this is what Saint Hugo looks like. It is an inside joke from the first time I played this. I'll just make it a handout. Where is it? There it is. Save changes. Show to players. Show to everyone.
Hey, is it a gothed out Pope Francis?
It's a gothed out Pope Francis.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
And when I described him originally the first time I ever ran this, my players went, so it's Pope Francis. And I went, yep, but goth.
Damn.
I love it.
Metal Francis.
I like how in these scenarios, there was like literally every single time we would sniff a little bit too close, like Malachi at the last moment would have this really weird question, and then like, yes, and then just like, like when we get really close to Nathaniel, and I'm just like, so you were hand delivering that note. That's why you approached her front door. And like, yes, of course. Go away now. And I'm like, yes, go about your business. And I literally I walk silently, literally all the way from the sheriff's office, past the governor's mansion, all the way to Nathan's house, completely silent, self-pondering, and be like, I walk up, Nathaniel's innocent. Just like he's a...
But like what I love about like, we're like, yeah, where were you? Like, what's your alibi? And then like Malachi will be like, so you prefer the scent of bananas over grapes? And you're like,
it's just some obscure thing. It's just like this obscure thing that just is like, here's this really oddly shaped puzzle piece. And it's just like, it fits so oddly that it makes him innocent because a puzzle piece that would fit almost too well would put more incrimination than a puzzle piece that would fit oddly. It's just like, it's odd that your boot prints were at the front. That wouldn't make me want to insinuate that you were guilty. That would make me want to insinuate your original motives, which a man that sounds in a love letter that he's emotionally defeated, I don't believe could muster the physical strength of murder of someone who's emotionally defeated. And that was my yeah.
Like I did a 3. I think Nathaniel was the one he suspected.
Yeah, but he might have
Yes.
had clues because we were
Right.
definitely planning on using his love letter as leverage to get information to get him to spill beans that he might know.
Hmm.
Yeah, when I did that, I wanted to double check by making him write that note.
Yep.
And
Gotta
then,
cross him off the list somehow, and using
Yeah,
his feelings against him to prove his innocence was a bit harsh but needed.
yeah.
Harsh but needed. Yeah.
Yep.
You guys did
Someone died.
great with the different scenes and with like you did great with the magic and stuff like that too. Like
God, I
you
used
said
so
speak
much
with the
detect
dead, and I was
thoughts
like,
and
oh, it was great.
ugh.
When Eggy said I do speak dead, I'm like, oh, this better not fucking burst my whole thing open. I'm like, but she doesn't know exactly who killed her. There's no
I
worries.
should have
I
done
don't
a
have
And then we
paladin.
ask a that the God, there were so many cool power
Oh no,
moves.
never mind.
So many cool
Mhm.
power moves. The question of do you remember hearing a voice? He sounded angry, and we're like, yep,
All right,
because we were talking to Nathaniel be like, man, dude, the dude has anger issues, man. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, yep, that's it.
there it
It's
is.
all coming together.
That
Yeah.
night, and Milo was like, "Let's fucking kill him."
Mm-hmm. You guys did great. You did great.
Duck-
I
Good.
yeah, I'm
props
sad
all
that
around.
Eggy had to piece out. I
like.
it took a little longer than
God,
I anticipated.
I never ever forgot his initial the governor's initial knee-jerk response when Eggy's character said that his wife was close with Jean, and he immediately knee-jerk reaction like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Like, someone with a guilty mind is a guilty kind, and no one would ever insinuate like close with someone's wife, your own wife, with someone of your own servitude. Like, they wouldn't have that knee-jerk response. Someone who is innocent would probably be like, oh, it was like, well, I was like, they cut her a paycheck. I guess that's close. You know,
Mhm.
someone would
Yeah.
be, no one.
If he had no idea whatsoever,
Mm-hmm.
he would not have reacted that way. And I was really worried there at the beginning when you guys went directly to the mansion that you were going to get enough of a whiff to get hooked to the governor, which has happened in the past. The first time I played this, they got they assumed it was the governor without really anything at all, and I had to break the game a bit and meta out of game and be like, okay, so here's the thing, you guys, is that you may believe that it is the governor, but you don't have any proof. Your job here is to find proof to arrest him. Where is your proof? And then the rest of the game was a hunt for proof, which could only be found within the mansion and with talking to Otto and getting a confession from him or finding enough evidence to tie it back to him in a way that would convince the sheriff with high persuasion rolls. And
which I'm glad
they
we brought the
went
sheriff with us.
exactly. They went into the mansion. They broke into the back door of the mansion and tried to
force it out of him.
Well, not really. They were investigating and then they screwed up really badly, like really, really badly, and ended up two of the characters were shorter, some of the shorter races, and one of them was a Warforged, and the Warforged picked both of them up and went to leave, and I dealt an area spell to them. I dealt Arms of Hadar to them, and I think something else because they were all grouped together. And they took massive amounts of damage from that, and two of them went down and one of them was still up, and I had to do the like emergency the emergency break, here comes Hugo.
Emergency poke button.
Emergency poke button.
Oh,
Duck-
that's great.
I just wanted to mention, Egon's race is a custom one, first of all, but they're a line of nature spirits. That's why he was so uncomfortable with like the church and the thought of a deity or a warlock patron being so close to here. Just
oh yeah, shoot.
like he basically had the mindset of a druid.
Yeah.
I also had a minor plan of him setting off the mine as well, because he's kind of an eco-terrorist, but he won't do that.
I could tell when you were like, boom. And Nathan was like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. We will all die.
Was Egon a rogue?
Egon was a rogue. He's a level 3 rogue and a level 2 illusionist. And the illusionist comes from something that happened to him with that higher level party. He got caught up in the illusionary terrain spell. And since the characters didn't deem that he was an important person, the DM ruled that he got rolled in with the spell and he became part of the terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So that led to some minor trauma. So he's studying illusions and that type of thing to figure out what the fuck happened.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Well, on that note,
Right.
I got somewhere that I gotta be that I should have been hours ago, but I told them that they should go ahead without me. So
You're hanging out with the cool kids.
So we got to first off thank you everyone for being here. Ducky, Scorchy, I appreciate you guys. Much love to everybody here. More podcast. Dan, do we have an outro for our?
Well, no, not
we
yet.
do.
That's something
We
come up with.
do.
Play the
actually.
song.
We actually do.
Do we
Come
have
on,
an
Dan.
outro?
Do we have
Do we have an outro though?
Do we?
I don't
yeah.
think we do. Oh, no,
We don't have an outro, but we do have an end card, and I do have a music track.
Oh, okay. I'm scared of what this music track is gonna be. I really hope it's not my Arcane Recovery song. Oh shit.
Who knows?
But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Whether you were at the start or whether you just joined us for this, we'll be doing the same thing next week. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys there. Who knows who'll be on the next episode and what kind of one shot we're running next week? I guess you'll have to tune in to find out. Be sure to check out all of our socials though, and also check out the socials of all of our lovely guests here.
Please check out.
Also go check out my Etsy store, Dicecraft by Lance. I've still got some sets and some resin stuff up for sale. So if you guys scoop those up, I would greatly appreciate it.
Awesome. Well,
all right. So I'm gonna be going live on my own Twitch in about 10 minutes here to run my own campaign of Eris. Twitch.tv/OrionVA if you want to see another homebrew campaign. If you're still vibing around, you can go check me out over there. Other than that, appreciate everybody being here. See you all next week. Remember, take a rest after a rest. Arcane recovery.
A short rest
after the long rest.
Bye, guys.
Bye. I swear to God, if you play this goddamn song. Oh, he's playing it. Oh. My spells are gone. My swords are dull. My dice are all on the floor.
on
The
the
dungeon's
stream, or-
deep
It
and
is.
dragons mean. You've seen it all before. But as long as I still have my pact and all my friends are true, these tavern nights after big boss fights are worth role-playing with you. Arcane Recovery Short Rest Podcast. Bigger than the biggest game, surely will outlast. Come along and sing this song and roll the dice with us. Arcane Recovery Short Rest Podcast.